All right, what's up? Welcome. Another evening of open forum discussion, debate. We already have a full house. Patient people waiting. I was just waiting for some other streams to end so we could open it up and have some fresh debate. A lot of smack talkers again today, so we always try to give people the opportunity, if they are civil, if they're willing to engage in coherent argumentation. I always give people the opportunity to come and have a fruitful debate. Of course, rarely do they ever want to do that. It typically is just mudslinging, dirt. That's all they ever want to talk about. Because I think that we've reached a point where a lot of the people, a lot of the opposition are really in a situation of bankruptcy. The positions are inherently weak. They're beginning to sense that as especially the Roman Catholic crisis widens, as the chasm widens, as we get more and more doubling down, tripling down. This to me signifies weakness. I mean, even Eric Ybarra is out here tweeting stuff saying that Lofton is being ridiculous. And so we're going to look at a little bit of that before we open it up. As you guys know, the way this works, anybody can come on, make their arguments, state their position. It has to be relevant to the topic. If you come on rapping, I'm immediately going to boot you. If you're a wine mom downing gallons of Franzia and puffing on Virginia Slims, you will go to the front of the line to immediately get booted. So, sorry. So people in the chat must be new here. Debate the jihadis. I mean, bro, I've debated all the top Muslims except for Muhammad Hijab. So literally no idea what you're talking about. You must be new here. Debate Michael Lofton. Are you scared? Michael Lofton said he would do a written debate with me 3 years ago. So I think that's ridiculous. And again, I mean, why don't you come on here, Adam, instead of calling in your big, and by big, I mean weight-wise big, carbohydrate bloated buddy to come do the debating for you. You debate your own position. Lofton said he would do a written debate. Like this is 2005 blogosphere. Written debates. Give me a freaking break. Plus, at the time, he was relying on Ybarra anyway. And the whole debate with Ybarra, I mean, we saw how that went. Ybarra basically just said, well, can I just pile up giant historical evidences, quote unquote, for the papacy that then in a pair of scales weights the system towards the side of papacy? As if that's how it works. If I just stack up enough forgeries and eisegetical proof texts, right? But as a perceptive commenter pointed out today on the old Ybarra debate, the point in that debate that Ybarra never got is that different systems are going to require different evidences and different proofs, and different contradictions would be demonstrated to disprove that system. Right? But again, because these people don't know anything about epistemology, it's very difficult to convey that point to them. That's why the whole debate was me just basically saying, Eric, if I demonstrate contradictions in dogma, that means that the Roman Catholic system itself doesn't work. So it doesn't matter how many evidences you pile up. It only takes one contradiction to disprove a system of that nature. And then their response is always to quoque, well, what about problems in your system with Bartholomew? Well, Bartholomew's not a pope. If our system was constructed and set up the way yours was, then the things that undo your system would also undo our system. But we don't have the same system as you. It's a decentralized ecclesiology and episcopate, which just blows their mind. They can't fathom that. So then they say, well, but you're subject to all the same problems we are. No, we're not. If our church is not built on one guy, a la Vatican I, then it's not subject to the same problems. And for whatever reason, I think partly because of Thomism, classical foundationalism, their epistemology, they just can't grasp this. They can't understand that the system itself is problematic at a systematic level. And so the things that we're using as arguments against your system aren't a problem in our system. That doesn't mean there's no problems in our philosophy or worldview. It means that we're not subject to the problems that you're subject to. And the specific problems that we're pointing out, which you can now see in this very tweet from Ybarra, point out the very things we've been saying. Ybarra says, when Roman Catholics today have to disagree with clear and authoritative decrees of popes and ecumenical councils of the past on the subject of papal heresy. So now Ybarra is saying that past dogma teaches that popes can be heretics, is apparently what he's arguing. Just to remain Catholic, they are losing sight. They're losing the right to say they are more rooted in history than Protestants and Orthodox. In other words, people like Lofton, he's basically, I think, calling out the Pope-slaying position of Lofton and saying people like Michael are basically denying dogma and that the Pope is bound to tradition to maintain and defend Pope Francis's pontificate. But then Ybarra apparently doesn't seem to realize that if you read the documents of Vatican I itself, Vatican I is actually maintaining and pointing out the very position that Michael Lofton is upholding, which is that you must be subject to the Roman Pontiff, and you don't get to judge whether the Roman Pontiff is in error or heresy. No one judges the First See, which was one of the dictates of Dictatus Papae. It then entered into Roman Catholic canon law, and as far as I'm aware, is still in Roman Catholic canon law. No one judges the First See. Yet all the Roman Catholics believe in Delusion that a conclave of the cardinals will get together and fix the problem. They'll elect a beige trad pope. Yeah, right. Yeah, call me when that happens. There's not going to be a beige trad pope because, as we've talked about, and as Roman Catholics themselves in giant 800-page, 1,000-footnoted books like David Wimhoff's book have detailed, that the Roman Catholic Church has been subjected to geopolitical powers for a long time, particularly in the 20th century. The Western power structure, the deep state, whatever you want to call it, State Department, whatever, CIA, etc. Now, when I say that, it's a conspiracy theory. When they have David Wimhoff, who wrote the book, on their podcasts, it's based in trad and amazing scholarly research. So, again, constant double standards, constant contradictions. But look, the very pop apologists themselves have a giant falling out with one another. Lofton and Ybarra now can't stand each other, which I said a long time ago, just give it time. These delusional goons will make enemies of their best friends. And that's exactly what happened. And so now Ybarra has to counter-signal Lofton. Lofton has to pope-splain against Ybarra. I mean, the very things that we said years ago would transpire precisely because the whole system is a contradiction. Do you understand that the very thing I argued in the debate with Ybarra is now manifested before all of you, for all your eyes to see, in the contradiction between Ybarra and Lofton? Remember 3 or 4 years ago, their whole selling point was that the papacy provides the unity, the clarity, the certitude, the preservation of truth, dogma, morals, that orthodoxy fails to provide. And here we are 3 or 4 years later, as we predicted would happen, and they've all fallen out with one another, contradicting one another, failing to provide the unity and certitude, as we said. They are themselves daily living self-owns, proving all the stuff that I said to them in the debates. And what did Lofton say? Well, to defend, this was my favorite self-own. Lofton says, as a pope-splainer extraordinaire, remember, Dullinger said that after Vatican I, this whole religion would become papal lawyers. Everyone just waiting for the oracle of Rome to say something and then piling in to defend it no matter what. That's what the whole religion is. The whole religion is defending and lawyering about papal statements and propping up this ridiculous institution. And I'm not saying that Roman Catholics are evil on the whole or ridiculous individuals. I'm talking about the institution at its head in the Roman See. That's the problem. And the whole religion is about that. What does Trent Horn debate about? The papacy. What do all the papal apologists debate about? The papacy. The whole thing is just apologetics and lawyers defending the papacy. Entirely divorced from church history, entirely divorced from what the church fathers of the first 1,000 years say. And the only time they go to the church fathers of the first 1,000 years is to defend some pet papal idea and to quote mine the church fathers and take them out of context. Remember 3 or 4 years ago when they were creating sock puppet profiles and saying that masses of Catholics were converting to Orthodox, Orthodox were converting to Catholicism? Of course. Which is utterly ridiculous. And it was obvious that they were all sock accounts with like 2 followers, all following Lofton and Ybarra. Right? I mean, it was comical. And here Lofton says today, or recently, 5th, today, "Hey everybody, I just want to point out that during the liturgy when the priest bless everybody in the congregation, there are many couples there living in irregular unions and even who live in same-sex unions." Not even realizing that this weird flex defense is basically a defense of massive allowance and tolerance of Skittles in the Roman Catholic Church. I mean, isn't this an admission, again, of everything that we've been saying? Is he so like mind controlled that he doesn't even realize that this tweet itself is an admission of the thing that they were previously saying wasn't in the document? The document don't say nothing about unions or couples. It's about individuals coming together, dog, to get a blessing. Oh, but wait a minute. Now it does say couples. So just like the papacy is a dogma position that allows the whole religion to be centered on the latest downloads of the papacy. Whatever the papacy is, I guess, uploading to the web is what you're supposed to download as the new doctrine. So likewise, the papal apologists and pope splainers have followed suit to update their positions on a daily basis. And they don't care if they contradict the positions from a month ago. Because the whole religion is based on the latest thing in the latest thing to defend, you see. Now, some people say, why are you always talking about this? Because every day I get on Twitter and I'm thinking of opening up the spaces. The only people who interact or say stuff are angry trad cats and people trying to call me out, whatever, threatening me, all kinds of crazy stuff. And yet they won't come on. Now, sometimes they will. We had last open forum, I think we had maybe 3 or 4 very civil, very profitable conversations with Roman Catholics. And I think that talk just happened to be one of the ones that wasn't on YouTube. It's on my Rockfin. And a shout out to Jefferson and some of the Roman Catholic guys that we had a great conversation with last time, who everybody was able to operate in a perfectly calm, civil way. Nobody went into going after Jamie or nonsense of a... They love this comment that is from 10 years ago. Actually, it's older than that. It's probably like 15 years ago now, but they took a screenshot of a comment that I made on a video years ago. It was one of my first YouTube videos. And the context of it's pretty funny because I went on a date with this girl back in this is like 2005 or 6, maybe 2007, right? And we had a couple drinks at a place, and nothing happened because I didn't go on any more dates with this. She was just some evangelical chick, right? This is when I was a trad cat. And I had a couple drinks, and when I pulled out of the restaurant, this girl made a joke that I was drunk. I was a little tipsy, but I wasn't drunk, right? But I turned into a one-way, and then I had to turn around really quick, right? So she thought this was really funny, and she kept joking about it. So then she found my YouTube channel, right? And she commented on one of my videos about Nestorius. It was one of the first videos I ever uploaded. And she made a comment that, you look like you're high in this video. Now, I was drinking beer. So I was, as the boomers say, high on beer. But I wasn't high on any drugs. I was, other than, I mean, TRD Cats all drink all the time, right? They're basically a bunch of alcoholics. But, so I was kind of like, I think in the video, I even had Heineken sitting on the table next to me, right? And so in the comments, I made a joke. I said, yes, when I'm studying deep theology, particularly Christology, I get loaded up on bud. I'm toking bud, wake and bake, reading church fathers all day long. I mean, first of all, it makes no sense because you wouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. You want to focus on something very technical, right? So it was a totally satirical comment. And the Roman Catholics are still running with this, on its face, satirical, sarcastic comment. As if it's like this big this own. And it's weird because it seems to be like 19, 20-year-old spurg trads that don't and can't recognize satire. When if you read the full comment, it's obviously satire. It's obviously being sarcastic. They can't recognize sarcasm, so they actually think that I'm sitting there saying that I can't read the church fathers until I do drugs, which is on its face absurd. But that's the level of what these people are relying on. It's just so pitiful. It's like you can't even have an adult conversation with people like this because people have really just given up on reasonable discourse. And that's, I think, what a lot of people don't recognize. Like when boomers get on the internet and they try to interact and argue with people, and they're just lost in the irony, in the absurdity, in the clown world stuff, because they're expecting people to have reasonable, rational discourse. And this has been surrendered a long time ago, so it's kind of being out of touch with how crazy things really are. But if you do a lot of internet interactions, debates, like when we've done the TikTok debates, I mean, you're basically dealing with a mass group of the population that is essentially schizophrenic. Just completely gone. I mean, I'm sad that it's that way, but that's just the facts. That's the reality. So, but I always give people the opportunity to come debate and discuss these things, and they never do. And somebody said, well, but you blocked. Yeah, I blocked a bunch of them because when I see that they don't have any rational, coherent, reasonable way to interact, I immediately block you. Because there's no point. I can already tell there's no point in any further interactions. Nothing will go anywhere with this person. And this has worked very well for me. I'm happy. I love blocking people. I do it all the time. And I think if you're in a situation of having large audiences, it makes it a lot easier. Because what I found is that the people from the giant block pile, when they have a change of heart, they will reach out through someone else to me. And we usually get along pretty well. And there have been many people over the years who have reached out and said, hey, I was wrong. You know, I was a TRD Cat in 2017, 18, 19. I talked massive crap about you, and I was wrong. So I probably had at least a few hundred people come and say that, which I appreciate. And now we're tight. They're solid followers, and they know what's up. So there's always the opportunity if you were completely an idiot to me that, hey, just reach out through somebody else and we can be BFF again. But if you're still unreasonable, I don't have any interest in interacting with you. Do I use a block bot? Yeah, it's called me. I am the block bot. So yeah, I don't shy away from being a big fan of them. In fact, I was kind of upset when Elon was talking about getting rid of the block button. I'm like, nah, dude, better keep that thing. I got too many idiots I got to keep out of my life. Hey, Jamie, would you mind making me a double shot of espresso? Jamie, are you in there? Espresso? Everybody's asking about, I have no idea what that is. Right, so we don't run a cult. I don't know what people joke about a cult. All we've ever done is told people to go to canonical Orthodox churches that aren't Skittles. I mean, how is that running a cult? That's right. The only people who say that are like really angry trad cats who don't have any other argument other than, well, I'm a bad person. So, I mean, again, I just don't understand, like, don't you understand, Roman Catholics, that, like, it's not going to, like, it doesn't matter how much you say I'm a bad person, that's not going to keep people Roman Catholic. I can't understand why they can't fathom this, right? So they think, well, it must be because it's a cult. No, what if it's the actual arguments that we present? What if it's the actual, you know, years and years and years of lectures, live streams, debates that actually present solid argumentation? Maybe that's why. Maybe people are actually sensing the contradictions in the Roman Catholic system. No, it must be that he's running some kind of cult and he's mind controlling people. So, you know, that's kind of nonsense like this, right? And even within the world of Orthodoxy, like the Skittles side of so-called Orthodoxy, I mean, this is what they rely on. Oh, he runs a cult and he's crazy. And then every one of these people has been asked, like, well, what do you disagree with in his presentations and in his talks? Oh, I don't know. I've never listened to his stuff. Interesting. So there we go. What does that tell you? So we got 86 people over here. Shout out to all the 86 people. We got huge developments in the last few weeks in the world of Roman Catholicism. We're not restricting tonight's discussion to that. As you know, I did cover the Epstein material in the 4th hour today. If you saw that, I have been reading Whitney Webb's materials in depth, going all the way through the insane amounts of detailed info. I mean, it's like reading her books is like reading court documents. I mean, I'm not dissing her book. I'm just saying it's much like the Paul Williams text. I mean, Paul Williams' book, I mean, it lists so many shell and front corporations that, you know, the CIA, Gladio, Vatican Bank were involved in, that it's almost impossible to remember all this stuff. It's good though. I'm not dissing it at all, but I mean, it's just crazy. I don't even understand, if you're a wicked person, how do you keep up with all of the the onion layers of shell corporations and scams that you set up? It's just mind-boggling that you've got people with basically PhDs in criminal operations. Literally. Look into the Brazilian car wash scandal. As I said, I was getting into this. I didn't realize there wasn't any more segments today. But when I was getting into this, I was explaining that I met with a lawyer. I had dinner with a lawyer who was actually involved in prosecuting some of that. And he talked about how there was like this Italian genius. They called him the Italian. And he had basically got a PhD in engineering and criminal studies. And then he constructed this massive scam that was basically running the entire Brazilian government. Basically brought it down, and when it was discovered, the whole scandal unraveled. You can go, they've made Netflix shows about the Brazilian car wash scandal. Anyway, the point of all this is that I was talking to him and I said, yes, this kind of sounds like the Vatican Bank and Gladio and how that was run. And he was surprised that I said that. He didn't think I'd know about that. He said, well, yes, it is. It's actually just like that. It's the exact same architecture of all that. And that reminds me, too, of the way FTX was structured. It's the same scandal, scam, Ponzi structure of FTX. No accident that Epstein, back in the 80s, 88, I think, is involved in 2 different massive Ponzi schemes, and he gets off with all these, again, shell companies and fake companies. It's just crazy, right? So people are like, how could this happen? How's it work? Well, it's because you basically got Blofeld, Bond villain level, like master PhD level criminals. I'm not kidding. It's like they actually have PhDs basically in crime. Well, they call no, that was when they were prosecuting the guy who was called the Italian. That was just their name, right? So like when the FBI or CIA or these people, when they have their version of the cork board and they're drawing out, right, they'll give people names, right? And sometimes it might be because they don't actually know who it is. So here is the Italian, right? on the cork board or whatever. It doesn't even mean that he's necessarily Italian by descent. He might have just been called the Italian, and he could have been, who knows, right? Anyway, look into the car wash scandal. You'll see what I mean. And in fact, I don't even understand. The car wash scandal is so complex. I don't understand it. Like, this guy was trying to explain to me the architecture of how it was run, and I didn't get it. So I don't have a PhD in criminal structures and organizations, but some people do, and some of those people are actually criminals. That's the crazy part, right? So how does this relate to what we're talking about tonight? Well, because the Vatican Bank and the way the Vatican is structured is the same stuff. And that's been borne out now in multiple texts that we've lectured through. It doesn't mean that every Roman Catholic is a bad person. I'm talking about the structure of the Vatican itself and the whole shelf that I've got up there of Vatican geopolitical intrigues and entanglements. That's what we're talking about. So that's a big part of what's really going on with the Vatican. And by the way, I do not exclude the Patriarch of Constantinople from the same intrigues and subterfuge. I've done multiple podcasts for years on that very topic. And then you get all these people on Twitter who, I guess they're new to what I talk about. And they're like, you don't talk about this. You don't talk about this problem in Orthodoxy. Yeah, I do. I have for years. I've been talking about this stuff way before you did, ever. I was reading all of this stuff. Everything that you think you've just discovered, I knew about this in 2005, 6, 7. And I talked about it back then. There's nothing anyone on the Twitter sphere is telling me that's new to me. Now, in the sense of like revelations in the documents, there's definitely new material. Sure, I don't know everything about, I mean, nobody unless you were like in, I don't know, the FBI or those court cases or whatever has seen these documents. But I'm saying, like, the way this stuff works, I mean, I was reading about ritual abuse and, for example, the Roman Catholic Church. I was reading multiple books on that in 2004, 5, 6, and 7. And some of you people are like, you guys were shitting your pants at that time, and you're telling me that I don't know what's going on and the world doesn't really work and all this stuff. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm sure as a 19-year-old TRD Cat, spending all your time on Twitter and YouTube, I'm sure that you have vast experience of how the world really works. We're going to open it up to the topics listed. If you do want to talk about the papacy and geopolitics, that is allowable. So that is part of it relates to the papacy and church history, so we can talk about that. But listen, today's topics are not Epstein or geopolitics. The topics are church history, the triad. Remember last time we did this, we had basically Night of the Gnostics. They're like 5 Gnostics call in for whatever reason. So if you want to talk about Gnosticism, we have that debate, we can. If you want to talk about biblical theology, you want to talk about that, we can talk about papacy, schism. We could talk about philosophy, apologetics, tag, universals, logos, logi, essence, energy. All those classic topics are on the table tonight. Just remember, be sure and make actual consistent arguments. Arguments are not assertions. Assertions are part of the discussion. You do have to assert things. But then back up your assertions with evidences or proofs. It's that simple. So an argument is not just saying something. An argument is not just a psychological report. An argument is a thesis with proofs and evidences to back up the thesis. So it's open forum. We'll go to the first one that pops up. Dustin Tucker. What's up, Dustin? Got to hit unmute, man. Guys, hit unmute when you come on.
Yeah, what's good, bro?
Hey, what's on your mind?
Oh, man, I thought you were just gathering people in here for the conversation here.
Yeah. So it's open forum. You requested to speak. What do you want to speak about?
I guess, it's an open debate about God, papacy, Protestantism, Islam, and
right.
Atheism. It's a very open topic here.
Sure.
I would say that, if you just want some, very argumentative thing. So, I mean, I would align myself with the orthodox atheism, than anything else. I mean, it's hard to prove that any one God is.
What's orthodox? What's God. Orthodox atheism? What's unorthodox atheism?
Well, I mean, I would classify unorthodox atheism as like a true disbelief in literally everything.
Okay, so what's orthodox atheism?
I would classify that as like, an unassurity. Maybe agnosticism would probably be the best, classification of orthodox atheism. Like, prove to me that there is something, and we can have a discussion upon that.
Mm. And so, what's the reason that there's no God in your view?
I didn't say there isn't a God. I actually believe in a God, but it just happens to not align with any of the proper religions currently.
Oh, what kind of God do you believe in?
I mean, I believe in a God that is a mix of all the beliefs. To be perfectly honest, like when I look at at Islam, like I'm very studied as far as Christianity, Catholicism,
okay.
as well as Islam and Buddhism and Hindi. I just think that there's a mix that was probably the right answer. Oh,
well then, if all of these religions contradict each other, which they do, how do you know what the proper mix is?
See where they contradict each other, X those out, and see where they align, and align yourself to those points.
Okay, but if they contradict on fundamental, mutually exclusive beliefs, how would you mix them all together?
Well, it depends on the example, I guess. That's from a personal.
I mean, you gave the example, so you gave the example. You said it's all of them together, so that's your example. And I'm saying, how would you know when they contradict at a very fundamental level? Like, so let's say God is personal in one religion, he's impersonal in another religion. Which one is it? It can't be both of those.
Well, if they exclusionarily rule each other out, then that makes it a not part of God.
Okay, so then they're not all mixed.
Well, no, I mean, I think that.
Well, you said they're all mixed.
I think that like from human perspective, like say I was trying to say what is God. I would give my perspective on what God should be. And you say that you know what is God, and you gave your perspective on what God should be. Then we should compare those and take the mean morals, there, and then we can agree on what is God.
So they're not all mixed.
Yes and no. I mean, no, I guess they're not all mixed, but, my point is, like, your walk with, like, okay, me and you, say we're both Christian.
Can I give you...
We can sit in the same church, with the same preacher, with the same Bible, and at the end of the day, there are going to still be things that me and you can argue about. Would you agree or no?
Yeah, but what would that have to do with what's true and false? That's just a fallacy.
Right, but what's true and what's false, happens to deal with, like, how we perceive God individually.
So it's relative?
Not necessarily. I mean, but if you
take
that same...
what you said would mean that it's relative, and now you're saying not necessarily.
I mean, no, the example I gave was relative. But if you were to spread that same analogy over, say, a city or an entire country, and get the mean of what everybody felt God would be, it would probably be more closer to what God actually is than, say,
but how do you know that? Because to say that it's closer to what God actually is assumes that you have knowledge of what God actually is when you've already said that he's the mean of all these different things.
Right, okay. Like, so take the Christian theology. Like, we are made in the image of God, right? So if we are truly made in the image of God and you believe that, manifests himself in all of us. So that means we all have a little bit of that godly inclination in us. If we're all
this is just too. It's not even like we're not even talking on the same wavelength. Oh my gosh, we got to move on. Ricky, what's up? the atheists are going to be like, he can't even answer the questions. He had to boot him because he's scared. I will go ahead and tell you, I was terrified of those high tier arguments, so I had to leave the conversation out of fear. Ricky?
Yeah, that was kind of hard to listen to. So yeah, we talked a couple days ago, and I just wanted to discuss something because, you know, I was Roman Catholic, and I bought I got sent Lofton's book, Answering Orthodoxy.
I'm sorry.
And one of the arguments, which was, I only cared about like 4 big ones, and one of them was the issue about the Eastern saints that were inherited, quote unquote, when they joined Rome, like Gregory of Palamas and Mark of Ephesus.
Mm-hmm.
And Lofton's defense for that was invincible ignorance.
Yeah, how are you invincibly ignorant when the Palamite synods explicitly say the Latins listen to Satan?
Right. I wrote that in like the book. Like, you know, these are my notes. Mark of Ephesus said the Latins are schismatics and heretics, and Palamas said this. Mm-hmm. And how could you possibly claim invincible ignorance?
Yeah, because Michael Lofton is a grifter who changes his positions and makes up whatever he needs on the spot. And that's really what papal apologetics is making the system fit the needs of the time.
Right. So, what I wanted to discuss a little bit was, I remember this argument from St. Maximus that you mentioned, that sin kind of makes people dumb, right?
Yeah.
So, when it comes to, I just couldn't get this out of my mind, and I heard this after listening to your debate with Pastor Pete, mm-hmm. And it was like every argument you were making, it's like he didn't understand any of it.
Yeah, like the last guy.
Right. And it's like, you know, how, is it possible that these guys are so much in sin that they can't make any coherent thoughts out of your arguments? And even though they're the sincerest people when it comes to Jesus, it's just really crazy to me.
Yeah, I don't know how it all works. There is something to the idea that delusion and spiritual delusion causes you to not be able to see and to understand things. So there's some weird thing that goes on with spiritual deception and delusion, whereby people are locked into a system and they kind of get stuck in it. It's like they're one foot's nailed to the ground and they're running in a circle, where their will is collaborating with the delusion. They understand that there's a problem, and so they will choose to double down into the delusion, and it's sort of, they keep going in a circle, and they can never get out of the circle, because I think that at the root of it, there's this notion of having to admit that you were wrong. And some people's pride is so strong that there's a lot of things going on, right? So, for example, narcissists can never admit that they're wrong. If you read about the personality disorders like that, or whatever kind of spiritual disorder it really is, it's some sort of inherent defense mechanism that they've developed, because they think that it signifies weakness if you've ever admitted you were wrong. But, I mean, Christianity is a religion that tells us that many of us have been wrong many times, and we probably will continue being wrong. It doesn't mean that we're wrong about everything, but it's going to be part of your journey at some point that you've been wrong, I've been wrong, and we're going to have to face up to that. And so we can either learn from that and move forward in a positive way, or we double down and just keep acting like putting up a facade of, I've never been wrong. So they kind of short circuit and they go crazy. And that's when it turns into, you'll notice it moves out of the domain of the actual topics and facts. And it turns into, let's go after that person. Let's deplatform that person. Let's lie about them. Let's spread internet gossip that they're, engaged in illegal activities. I mean, that's all the stuff that they do to get away from, why can't we deal with the actual issue? And so it's just at root, like you said, it's some sort of spiritual short-circuiting and delusion, which the cost of facing up to being wrong is so heavy that they'll just spin off into insanity rather than admitting, hey, look, these are tough topics. Maybe I was wrong about the papacy. I was wrong about the papacy. When I was 19, 20, 21, 22, I wasn't exposed to scholarship on the papal forgeries. I fell for a lot of forged papal quotes, and a lot of people have. It's not your fault. It's not their fault that they fell for those things, but rather, if we learn over time that we've been lied to, the correct response is not to double down on the lies. It's to face up to the fact that, well, look, the facts are otherwise.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rick. Can you not? You guys guess you can't hear me. Maybe come back out and come back in because there's seems like a connection issue. Wow, we got like 16 people. We don't usually get this many people wanting to come chat, but I'll try to get through them. John Smith, next up. Now, this guy didn't have a profile, and usually those are the wildest. Don't get mad, John. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, just making jokes. Gotta unmute. Gotta unmute, John.
Oh, is it me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so you guys can hear me.
Yes, sir.
I guess my question is, like, let's say everything in the Bible is true. Like, it's all like literally true. Jesus like died, came back to life, he did miracles, etc. Like, how would you know that Yahweh / the Father is really the ultimate God? Like, how do you know that the God you're worshiping is actually omniscient and the final God?
Well, I think that if what you said in the first premise there is the case, then you would have other things that necessarily follow from that. So, for example, if Jesus really is who he claimed to be and he did rise from the dead, that would then mean that what he says in the Gospel of John, say chapters 5 to 9, is also true, that his Father is the Yahweh of the Old Testament. And by extension, it would mean that all those appearances in the Old Testament of the angel of the Lord as Yahweh are also Christ. So the whole thing, it was kind of like a package deal. The rest of it would necessarily follow.
But that's not really getting to the crux of my question. Is like, okay, it's all true. Like, he really is like the apparent creator of the universe.
So you said, how would I know that Yahweh is the true God? And you said that's not getting to the answer of your question. That is the answer.
Yeah, the ultimate how does Yahweh know that he's actually the ultimate power?
How does God know that he's God?
I guess yeah. For the sake of brevity, yes.
Well, I mean, if God is omniscient, then by definition he would know that he is omniscient.
But how do we know that he's omniscient? Like, how do we not know that he's mistaken?
Well, because the divine revelation is a package deal. So the rest of the propositions that we're talking about, like, can God lie? No, he cannot lie. How do I know that? Well, because the other parts of divine revelation that go along with what you...
It's not that is God lying. It's how do we know that God isn't mistaken? Like, what if there's like... Because, like, I can conceive of a reality where...
I mean, are you not hearing the answer? Maybe you're just not getting the answer. I'm not trying to be mean.
You're not really... No, but you're not really answering it. You're kind of
I am answering it. You just don't understand the answer. The answer is that if you admit the first part, that Jesus is who he says he is, then the totality of divine revelation, which is the whole package deal, is all true.
I'm not saying that Jesus is who he says he is. I'm saying that Jesus died and came
You
back to life.
You said, if that is true.
That's a different... There's a subtlety, for sure.
Okay.
But...
I understand what you're saying, so stop trying to sound super smart, like you've got me some technicality.
I think you're doing that.
So, do you understand that I did respond to your argument? Do you want me to state it again for you?
I wouldn't say that you actually responded to it.
Can you stop breathing? Like we know that you're got a sexy voice here, so the breath work is hot. I admit it's hot, but just give me a second here.
A girl named Jasmine would appreciate that.
So you said I understand it's an if. It's a conditional. I understand that. So I understand you don't believe this. You said if it is the case that Jesus rose from the dead, and if it's the case that he's who he says he is, what I said was that would mean it's a necessary implication. That was my response to you. It would necessarily imply that the rest of the divine revelation is also correct, because it's a package deal, and that's how Jesus presents his divine revelation, is as a package deal. And that package deal includes other propositions that we believe within Christian theology and philosophy, such as the belief that God the Father is his deity, is the God of the Old Testament, and other propositions like God is omniscient. So that's the answer. So you may not accept that, but that is the consistent answer.
I mean, this is clearly dodging my question, because there is a universe.
Literally the answer to your question.
There is a universe where Jesus died and came back to life miraculously, but he's not actually the son of the true God. Is that correct?
No, I said absolutely nothing like that. What are you talking about?
Why can't that be the case? Like, why can't that be the case? Like, how would we tell the difference?
Oh my gosh. So again, it's a package deal. If Jesus rose from the dead, then the whole religion is true, and that includes the other propositions within the divine.
No, because
do you not understand that?
That does not follow. Because there could there be a reality where Yahweh really is the creator of the universe, et cetera, but there's a higher God that's testing him, doing something. That is not possible. Why is that not possible?
Because that other reality, or a worldview where that's possible, would not make knowledge possible. We would not have the ability to justify our knowledge.
That's like barely an English sentence.
Right.
Basic. It makes knowledge.
Yeah, basic epistemology, you say, is not even an English sentence, correct?
No, I mean, come on. You're doing what I was expecting you to do.
Which is what?
The apologist thing, where you kind of
I'm an apologist. Yeah, so we're doing apologetics. You're surprised that I'm doing apologetics,
and you're just kind of aggressively like,
now I'm aggressive.
Like, you're doing the thing.
Oh, here we go.
Well,
do some more breath work.
I think I've gotten what I'm going to get out of this. I appreciate your
right.
time.
So if we go into actual epistemology, you're ready to go, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly. See ya.
If you can actually,
Right. So I'm making a transcendental argument. Can you tell me what's wrong with that?
Because there's no way for any human to ever tell the difference.
So we don't know what transcendental arguments are. They're not logical arguments.
How do we differentiate different levels of gods?
I don't know. We're talking about levels of gods. I'm making a transcendental argument to address your last objection.
Like, how would a human ever possibly know the difference?
I'm making through a transcendental argument.
But it's not valid. Like, that's
Says
not.
Who? Wait a minute.
No human could ever tell the difference.
Actually, transcendental arguments are valid. They're logical formulations that are valid. X is
really.
Oh, really? X is a necessary condition of Y. Y, therefore X. That's not valid?
But how would I ever tell the difference between a God who thinks he's God and is it relative to me? So
again, you don't even know what we're talking about. You're just mad.
No, I'm not. You're just kind of completely ignoring everything I'm saying.
Right. So I'm saying that the answer to your question is a transcendental argument, and I gave you the form of but you don't even know what it is. You're just out of hand hand waving it and dismissing it.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I have a clear question here. How do I tell the difference between something that's an apparent God that is just infinitely more powerful than I am, and the true, ultimate, final God? How do I tell that difference?
So there's not levels of God, first of all. I don't know where you got this idea. Never argued. I've never heard. I've never even heard.
I mean,
what are you talking about?
We have to be clear.
Yeah, we do.
There could be beings that, relative to us, would effectively be gods. I mean, there could be, right?
In the Christian universe, in our theology, there's one uncreated God, and everything else that might be called Elohim or whatever, an angel or something like that, or a devil, is a created being. So you could say, okay, maybe they have powers that humans don't have.
You're still referencing.
No, I'm just answering what our worldview is. I'm not saying it's the case. I'm just giving you the explanation of our position. You understand?
But how do we tell the difference between these Elohim?
So the way that we tell the difference is that divine revelation is a package deal, and it presents us with a way to give an account for our entire worldview, our knowledge, our metaphysics, and our ethics. That's called a transcendental argument. So any position, let me finish, any position or worldview that would contradict at a fundamental level, would destroy the possibility of knowledge, and that is itself the argument. That's a transcendental argument.
But again, this is just like a blunt. This is just a blunt argument. Like there's
a blunt argument. What does that even mean? You said it's not even valid. You don't even know what valid arguments are.
You're. How do we tell the difference? Like
because one of them would not give a justification for knowledge, one worldview, and the other one would. That's how we tell the difference. Do you understand that?
Could there be like a godlike being who could give us something resembling knowledge, but without actually being?
No, so this would be like Descartes' evil demon objection, and that's a self-refuting worldview. So it's really not. It is, because it would destroy so you had a philosophy 101 class. You don't even know anything about epistemology.
No,
I'm telling you.
I did engineering. I did engineering school.
Even better. Yeah, so and as usual, they're the ones that really know philosophy better than the people that study philosophy, right?
To an extent, to a certain extent, yes.
I guess you do, right. So you don't even know what a transcendental argument is. You've already told me it's not valid, even though the form is itself valid, right? And then when I explain it to you, you tell me that that's just a blunt example. What does that even mean, blunt?
You're just kind of declaring yourself to be right. Like you're not.
No, I get you. Again, you do not understand what a transcendental argument is to such a low level that you think me explaining the argument to you is me just saying that I'm right.
But it's not convincing.
Well, that's a problem on your side. And that's not my problem.
I don't think it is. I think it's a problem on your side.
But it's your ignorance of what the argument is and your lack of knowledge of basic epistemology.
Because there's no clear answer. How do I tell the difference between a godlike being?
So the fourth answer, the fourth time we answer this, which you still don't, just goes right over your head. The answer is that a worldview that posits a fundamental contradiction in the possibility of having knowledge would cancel out that worldview. So, for example, Descartes... Stop interrupting me. Descartes' evil demon worldview makes knowledge impossible because you cannot know anything that's a true proposition. You could not know what the true worldview is to contrast against the false worldview. These are very common critiques of the evil demon position, which, if you claim to have all this knowledge of philosophy, you would know that.
But what's wrong with us just not knowing what the real reality is? Like, what's wrong with that?
You couldn't argue against it. You don't have anything to judge the fake reality against. So it doesn't work as an argument.
It feels like you're trying to play philosophy games instead of answering.
You appealed to Descartes' evil demon.
Because you're not really giving it, like... I'm answering, like...
You don't understand the argument. You simply don't understand the argument.
I'm asking practical questions.
About very theoretical and abstract things, and when I give you a theoretical abstract reply, you just don't simply understand.
But they're not really theoretical.
No, you simply don't understand the replies, and you can't fathom that.
No, well, I can't fathom that really. Like,
tell me okay, so what is a transcendental argument?
I don't know. It's the whole thing.
It's the whole thing. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, come on.
Why don't you breathe some more at me?
These
arrogant douchebags. Look, see how arrogant these people are? Well, he studied engineering. Alex, what's up? It's the whole thing. It's the whole thing. Gotta unmute, man. Yeah, just that. Wasting my time, some troll. This is how arrogant these people are. It's like... Remember when a certain person said, well, I've studied neurobiology. Actually, two atheists I've debated. I've studied neurobiology. And so your transcendental argument is bogus. Really? Tell me what a transcendental argument is. It's the whole thing. It's the whole thing. Go ahead, dude.
Just now I realized y'all let me on here. My bad. I'm at work, dude.
So why'd you request to speak, man?
Yeah, I did. Where'd he go?
Actually, I want that guy to come back now. For what was his handle? John Smith. Get that guy to come back. That was fun. I might have just booted him out of like knee-jerk reaction. I wonder if he'll come back. Probably not. So you notice these people, like, they're super arrogant, super condescending, dismissing everything you say, not even understanding. And admittedly, the transcendental argument is it is an abstract argument. We have to admit that it is kind of a high tier argument. But dismissing out of hand and not even being able to explain what it even is that he's just dismissing. So I would respect the person that disagreed if they could tell me what it was or why they disagreed with it. But that dude was just like, it's just pure arrogance and pride. I'd be happy to dialogue. I mean, maybe you should learn what the argument is before you try to hand wave it. It's just kind of ridiculous. And how do we got 20 people in here? This is crazy. 20? We've never had 20 people requesting to speak. But hey, tonight's the night. Is this him? Is this the guy? Did I boot him? No, there's a different John. Hold on. Now I'm afraid if I try to find that guy. I'm afraid I'll cancel out the whole stream if I try to click around and find that dude. Scott Williams, he popped up. What's up, Scott Williams?
Hello?
Yo.
Hi. So, I've been listening for a while, and just for the record, I am an atheist, but I don't care if you want to believe whatever you want to believe. I just have a question is, what exactly do you believe and why do you believe that? And I'm not going to try and rebut it. I just wanted to hear what your explanation is.
Yeah, so I believe Orthodox Christianity is true. I believe it for many reasons, one of which is the transcendental argument for God, which is an argument that posits that without the existence of the God within Orthodox Christianity specifically, we couldn't have a basis, a philosophical, epistemic basis for what we think about metaphysics, ethics, and epistemology. That worldview actually grounds the fundamental assumptions that we have in those three domains of philosophy, and that is the argument. The transcendental argument is that God grounds those fundamental ideas and gives us a coherent account of the world. Thus, by extension, any other position, be it atheist or whatever, would have fundamental flaws such that it would not be able to give an account of knowledge, ethics, and metaphysics. So that is the argument. That's how the argument runs. Obviously, there's much more to it than that, but in short, that's how the argument functions. Did you want to say anything else?
No, I was just curious to what you were saying. I'm not sure I really grasped what you were trying to put down there, but maybe it made sense to other people.
Yeah, so again, if we want to understand what a transcendental argument is, there's a lot of things out there that display what it is on a very basic level. It's not identical to Kant's philosophy, but it's the idea that transcendental categories, which are presupposed and necessary for any possibility of having knowledge, that the transcendental categories themselves could only work in a kind of world where you have God, a personal God, creation, providence, etc., all the other divine attributes. So that's the kind of world that we live in. That's how the argument runs. And so that's the world that gives an account for knowledge and transcendental categories, ethics, etc. The other worldviews, atheist, whatever, they utilize those transcendental categories. They posit propositions and knowledge claims, but can't give an account for how those things are the case because they have a fundamental mistake in their worldview because of the atheism, because of the rejection of the specific theism.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Thank you for that. Of course, it's open forum. You can ask questions, challenge, make an argument. Now remember, so this the engineer came on and had a question, which is fine. We answered the question according to the conditional that he originally set up. It was a conditional. And so I answered according to the if Jesus exists, then blah, blah, blah. Then he said, oh, you're just asserting this. No. I'm answering according to your original conditional that you set up. And then I gave replies to each of your objections, which is that the system is a system. I hope you're joking, Arcane. I got destroyed. The guy, I mean, I asked him, he didn't even know what he's objecting to. How could I be destroyed when he doesn't even know what he's objecting to? And I ask him, well, what do you think it is? And he says, it's the whole thing, man. That's like, I mean, I hope that gets clipped. I mean, that's like clip gold right there. That's clippable gold, right? It's the whole thing, man. I need to let me see if I can find that guy, because maybe he can come back, because that actually was pretty gold right there. We got people in the chat saying that I got owned by that. Let me make sure I didn't knee-jerk block the guy, because I have a tendency to. Anytime these people get breathy, dude trying to do a bunch of breath work, like it's a 1-900 number, breathing at me. Oh, let me see you. Oh, yeah, baby. Let me see you make the transcendental argument for me. Hey, Sydney. It's like the Scream mask. Hey, Sydney. You making the transcendental argument for me, Sydney? Oh, come on now. That was a good joke. Come on now. See, I'm looking for blocked accounts. Make sure I didn't block that dude. Blocked. Where the heck's blocked? Can't find anything on this. Come on now. Y'all know my Scream joke. That was a good damn joke right there. You would think it's under... Maybe it's under security. Is it not? He probably won't come back now. He was ready to leave. Here we go. Blocked accounts. I bet y'all. So y'all guess how many blocked accounts I got. I have been on Twitter for 10 years though. So let's be fair, or maybe more. I don't even remember. Maybe more. Oh man, I'll never find him in here. This. Good grief. Because Twitter doesn't keep up with the last person that you blocked, I don't think. Maybe I didn't block him. I don't see him on here. Actually, it does look like. Because these were trad cats I blocked today. So maybe that dude is still in here because I don't see him on this list. But, let's see. What's a prize? So, you get a free bottle of chalk. Whoever comes closest to guessing the correct number of people that I have blocked on Twitter. Not counting muted accounts, because I muted a bunch of people too, but take your guess. No, it is not 8,900. But you can guess in the chat how many people, and I'll send you a free bottle of chalk. Tomcat Elite, by the way, testosterone boosting. Be sure to up your toxic masculinity points by going over to chalk.com. Use promo code J50, that's JY50, to get 50% off all those excellent chalk products. That is our sponsor. We got a lot of good numbers here. No, it's not 7,000, it's not 10,000. No, you guys are all way off. 1054, that's a great number. It's not 12,000 people. No, you guys are way too low. You guys are doing like way too high and way too low. We got a lot. Wow. Okay, here somebody's got really close here. Samuel Maynard is really close. So I might have to give Samuel Maynard. Looks like he's about to win. The chat's going super fast now. I can't keep up with it. No, it looks like Sam Maynard wins. It's about 3,000 something people that I've got blocked on Twitter. So Sam Maynard wins. No, Sam, now you're losing, Sam. Sam, you already... now you're guessing the wrong numbers. You already guessed it, Sam. You get it. It's like 3,000 something. So, Sam, send me an email, Sam Maynard, and I'll just put it in your title of your email, Sam Maynard or whatever, and I'll send you a free bottle of chalk. Joey from church got really close, 3,500. Yeah, Tactical, would you like to come on and discuss? So people calling me names or whatever. It's open forum if you want to come in. Otherwise, you're just wasting everybody's time. So, yeah, so that's that. The haters, that's all they have. That he's a bunch of name calling. Like it's 4th grade. Thank you for those super chats, you guys. We'll go to the super chats here in a second. Who's up next? Let's see. We got a ton of people. It's always the Orthodox people that call in too right away, and it's like we want some atheists and some haters and some. So I mean that engineer guy, that was gold right there. Sean Bailey, what's up, Sean? Guys, remember to unmute. Come on.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a couple questions about. I just recently converted from
Baptist to Orthodoxy.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a question, actually. I was between Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism, and I was reading about the canon, and how come the Orthodox and the Catholics have a slightly different canon.
Yeah, that has to do with for the Roman Catholics, because they kind of just default to whatever the Roman See says or did. They will just say, well, under Pope Damasus in the time of Augustine, you had this acceptance of the Deuterocanon, and so that's just basically what we accept. For the Orthodox, because we don't base everything around what the Roman See says or does, we can you mute, dude? There's a lot of background noise. So for the Orthodox, we base it around the ecumenical synods, right, and what the ecumenical councils decided. And so because the synod that we're talking about here is for the Roman Catholics, it's papal. For us, it ends up being what's listed ultimately at the Council of Trullo, and then at the Seventh Council, which reaffirms the Council of Trullo. So for us, we waited many centuries to have some definitive idea, loosely speaking, as to what the canon was. But because we weren't Protestant, because there wasn't a canon for many centuries, if there's minor differences on certain things, we haven't typically made it a huge issue. So even amongst the Slavonic Bible and the Greeks, there's there might be Third Maccabees or something like that that's different. But that's the basis, is that it's two different systems positing what kind of the hinge is for the deciding factor. And so because we're not papal, right, we don't just hinge it on what the 4th century, Roman See's 5th century Roman See decision was. So we wait until there's later decisions from an ecumenical standpoint.
Okay, and just one more question. There's two big main creation philosophies. One's creation from pre-existing matter, and the other is what we believe is creation from nothing. But what's the problem with creation from pre-existing matter?
Well, first of all, it contradicts divine revelation, which teaches in multiple places, like Hebrews or Maccabees, that creation is from nothing. So to have pre-existing matter would mean that creation ex nihilo isn't the case. Creation from pre-existing matter is a Greek Hellenic philosophical view. And if you read Basil's Hexameron, I think it's Hexameron 2 or 3, Basil goes into great detail critiquing this stupid idea from Aristotle. And so this would mean that there's a kind of other principle other than God, which has eternality. So it would be to give something other than God an eternal property or divine category or attribute. So namely, prima materia now becomes an eternal thing other than God, and that would result in a dyad. You have God and then prima materia forever existing, and Basil says that any dyad philosophy is obviously heterodox.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Yeah, good questions there. All right, so remember, if you come on, not talking about you, guy that was just on, but black intellectual, remember, keep it on the topics. We're not going to be arguing Hebrew Israelite stuff or whatever. Unmute.
How you doing?
What's up?
I was just wondering, it feels like there are a lot of Christian Orthodox people on Twitter now, and some of them feel fake and some of them feel real, but I was wondering...
I agree with you on that.
Yeah, for real. I mean, it's the same with all other denominations
right.
too, but what is the difference between Protestantism, like general Protestantism, and Orthodoxy? Because it does sound interesting when I hear about it.
So the main differences would be that, Orthodoxy believes in apostolic succession. Protestants, I mean, the only Protestant group that even acts like they have that would be like one small group of Lutherans, and some Anglicans claim it. But they don't, what an Anglican means by it is not the same thing that Orthodox means by it. So kind of like the way Roman Catholics believe in apostolic succession as in a succession of bishops, we believe that. So we're more close to Roman Catholics on the topic of apostolic succession than we would be to a Protestant. And when it comes to things like the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist, we believe that closer to what Roman Catholics think than what Protestants think. But we're also very different from Roman Catholics in many key ways too, like the papacy and sort of other extreme views that Roman Catholics have that we don't have about Mary and that kind of stuff. So so from an outsider's perspective, in certain areas or ways it might look like Protestant Orthodoxy is more Catholic, but in other ways we're maybe even more closer to Protestants in certain ways. But we don't believe in sola scriptura as most Protestants do. We don't believe in a low view of sacraments as most Protestants do. We don't believe in a branch theory of the church, or that the church is divided amongst 1,000 different sects. We believe the Orthodox Church is the one true church. So those would be some of the key things that we believe in contrast to Protestants. We don't believe in sola fide, justification by faith alone, etc.
Okay, and also I was wondering, because you kind of pointed out some of the differences between Orthodoxy and Catholicism. The reason why I don't like Catholicism is because I feel like there's a lot of idolatry in their practices. Are there? I mean, you're Orthodox yourself, so I wouldn't imagine you would think there are any idolatrous practices. But would there be any?
I think the Pope is an idol. I think the Pope himself is like the ultimate idol of Roman Catholicism.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, and the way that they pray to certain saints, and as you mentioned, Mary, it's getting to the point where I've heard that there's some people in the Catholic Church that want to express like the divinity of Mary, and saying that almost holding her as even with Christ. But is there any oddities in Orthodoxy that you might be able to point out? Or
well, I mean, typically most Protestants have a problem with icons, and so I'm sure that iconography would be one of the issues that Protestants would typically disagree with. My friend Lewis has a good documentary though that he made. I'm going to see if I can find it. Where he shows that there's a lot of continuity between the Old Testament temple worship and Orthodox Christian worship. So we didn't just come up with this stuff out of nowhere. We didn't just decide that we want to worship idols, so we're going to put icons everywhere in the church. Iconography in Orthodoxy comes out of the Jewish temple and synagogue services. And so even in the first century, if you look up the Dura Europos synagogues themselves had iconography all over the wall. So I put into the chat here a link, which is the documentary that Lewis made on how Orthodox Christian worship is essentially coming out of the Old Testament tradition. And here's a book written by a Protestant you could read too, Hugh Wybrew. It's called Orthodox Liturgy, the Development of the Eucharistic Liturgy and the Byzantine Rite. And then there's another book here called Orthodox Worship, Living Continuity with the Synagogue, Temple, and the Early Church. That's also kind of the bases in part for Lewis's documentary. I'm going to put Lewis's documentary directly underneath this forum here on Twitter/X. So
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so those are good questions, and but the simple answer is, if you get into some of the literature, you'll notice pretty quickly that even Protestant liturgists and historians have pointed out, church historians have pointed out, that the structures that we have in the Orthodox and even in the Catholic Church, the traditional Petrine Rite, or the Latin Rite, you could say, they do go back to 1st, 2nd, 3rd century formulations. So when we look at, for example, the way that Justin Martyr describes the liturgical service in 150 AD in his apologetic writings, it's basically still the same structure that we see in Orthodox liturgy today. So liturgical worship is the traditional practice of the apostolic churches, and even Protestant church historians will admit this now. All right, let's see. Rayal Nadim Uh-oh, I'm sensing some Islamic energy on the rise. You gotta unmute, dude. Hey, Jamie, could you make me another coffee? Radim, do you want to unmute? What's up? You muted again. You unmuted and then you muted. All right. We'll move on. Good grief. How do we have 27 people requesting? We never get 27 people requesting to speak in here. Thank you. Let's see. We'll go to one Orthodox person before we try to find more of the opposition here. Bayes Byzantine, what's up? You gotta unmute.
Yo, what's going on, Jay? It's always a blessing to see you, man.
Hey, what's on your mind?
Sure. So I had a quick question to ask you. So I have a buddy of mine, and he is about to get engaged soon, but his girlfriend is Coptic. Do you have any potential book reads, like any type of suggestions for like somebody that's coming from like Oriental Orthodoxy into Eastern Orthodoxy in terms of like Christology and, you know, how we address the Council of Chalcedon?
Yeah, I would read the John McGuckin book, St. Cyril of Alexandria and the Christological Controversy, and I would read the little book, Maximus's Dispute with Pyrrhus, both of which you can get on Amazon.
Okay, 1 second. I gotta grab something to write down so I don't forget for him. You say this again? I'm so sorry.
St. Cyril of Alexandria and the Christological Controversy by John McGuckin, and Disputation with Pyrrhus by St. Maximus the Confessor.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Also, you could go watch all of David's videos on Oriental Orthodoxy. David Arahan, he's got like a massive stack of good apologetics and debates. He's debated a lot of the OOs online. Let's see here. Good grief! There's so many people in the requesting to speak. Literally never seen 29 people requesting. We never had that. Let's see. Junker Jorg. This sounds like a Lutheran. And then we got some Protestants piling in. Biblical Discussions wants to discuss. Okay.
Yo.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I was just going to ask, how do you know that the councils were divinely inspired?
Well, it goes along with the rest of the Orthodox paradigm and worldview. So if you're asking me on an individual level, it would be because I believe the rest of Orthodox theology, which includes the idea that Jesus promised the Holy Spirit to the church in the book of John, and then in the book of Acts we see Pentecost, right, where the church is empowered by the Spirit. And then we see in history the confirmation of that promise when councils like the Council of Nicaea defend the previous conciliar and biblical teaching, right? So Nicaea is not just out of nowhere. There's councils, local councils prior to Nicaea, which affirmed, the deity of Christ. Alexandrian synods prior to Nicaea that affirmed the deity of Christ. So, in other words, we see a consistent transmission of what I think the Bible does teach. So it's not like I have to choose Bible or councils and church. It's a package deal.
So it's like a coherency thing.
In part.
Okay. So in the same way that the scriptures are divinely inspired, you think that the councils meet that same criteria?
Well, in the Orthodox view, we don't have. We don't have this either or idea that Protestants have, that something is either infallible or inspired, or it's errant and fallible. So, for example, even amongst the scriptures, we give greater preeminence to the Gospels. And so even amongst, say, Paul's epistles, Paul says that I speak here of my own authority, not of the Holy Spirit. So even in Paul's epistles, there are distinctions at times between things that are direct divine revelation and things that might be his own ruling and judgment. So I would say that the councils, they can speak with and in continuity with divine revelation, but I would not count an ecumenical council as say new divine revelation. I just think that it's a correct interpretation of the apostolic deposit, which I think is complete. We don't believe in the Roman Catholic idea that revelation is like in this evolving process, like a seed in a tree, like Cardinal Newman says. We think that the divine deposit was whole and entire to the apostles, but that the church can accurately explicate and define things. So I would agree that there's a primacy of divine revelation that we get in Scripture and oral tradition, but I would not count ecumenical councils as, quote, divine revelation per se.
Okay, I guess I'm just having a hard time on like how I would know that to be a fact.
So for an individual, again, it's sort of a package deal, right? So if you believe the Orthodox worldview, then it's part of the Orthodox worldview that the church is guided by the Holy Spirit. So we know from internally living and seeing within the life of the Orthodox Church what the true counsels are and what a false counsel, because we have the Holy Spirit. So at the end of the day, it's the individual's testimony via the Holy Spirit working on their hearts. So we agree with Protestants that the Holy Spirit speaks to and guides the individual to know truth. The difference between an Orthodox and a Lutheran or a Protestant would be that we disagree on the means the Holy Spirit uses, right? For the Lutheran, it's basically just, quote, God's word, which Luther is kind of inconsistent as to what exactly that is, given that he at times rejects significant portions of the Old Testament. So, are you asking the question of normative authority or individual existential certitude?
Normative.
Well, at that point, normative authority, I would think you'd have to agree with us, because how do you know what the canon of Scripture is?
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. I guess, I don't know. I'm just new to all this. So do you have any good works you recommend for that kind of stuff?
I mean, what took me out of Protestantism was when I read a bunch of books by Protestants on the history of the formation of the canon. So if you read F.F. Bruce's book, Canon of Scripture, if you read Lee McDonald's book, Formation of the Christian Biblical Canon, those are two evangelical scholars that basically admit that the tradition of the church played a key role in deciding what books make up the Bible. So for me, that meant sola Scriptura is just simply not true. Eden, let's see, no, there was Biblical Discussions. Where was that at? Biblical Discussions. Uh-oh. What's up? Got to unmute. Hello? You're there? You're unmuted. You've been waiting all this time, and you're not going to talk? Biblical Discussions. Are you there? People don't know how to do Twitter Spaces after how many years now? So look, Biblical Discussions, you're welcome to come on. I don't know why maybe you need to go into your settings and turn on your mic or something. So come out, come back in, and I'll put you up to the head of the line because something's not working. All right, let's see. Who looks like the most, judging from... I can always go down to the profiles with no picture. Those are always like the feistiest, right? It's like an unwritten rule. If there's no PFP, you know you're going to get some sass. So let's go down to let's see, Albert. He's got no image. So and we know we got some sass coming.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Jane. Nice to talk with you. I'm looking for your opinion. I have a philosopher buddy of mine who subscribes to a Hume skepticism worldview. And however, he's not an atheist. He says atheism is dumb because it's an affirmative position on a negative statement. So, however, he's kind of reasonable in that he admits that even his world opinion falls victim because he can't even know that his perspective is correct through the Hume lens.
Mm-hmm.
So, in your debates, you also say that the existence of God is your own personal circular argument, that it always boils down to that eventually. So, what happens when, let's say, two circles collide? You have your circle, someone has their own circle. How do you guys navigate conversations in that fashion?
You mean, like, how would I critique a worldview that argues for perpetual skepticism?
Yeah, and then your worldview ultimately boils down to God exists. So that's your personal, unmovable circle, and his unmovable circle is he can't know anything that's certain or true. So how do you navigate that?
But to posit God's existence is not a contradiction. As I mean, we're not saying that. Well, I don't have any argument. It's just circular. The point is that every worldview has some sort of grounding, ultimate authority by which it sort of grounds out, and you can't appeal any further. So it's not inconsistent to say that if God exists, he would be the ultimate grounding, the ultimate authority in that worldview. It is inconsistent to say that, well, it's not God that exists, it's my own personal, skepticism, which is my ultimate final authority, because that's a contradiction. So the difference is that one position is contradictory at a fundamental level, the other one's not. By the way, tell that guy, the Roman Catholic guy, Junts Dozier, that he says that we're clowns. He's welcome to. We've already addressed what Agatho's letter says. He's trying to pull up these old arguments that have been addressed a million times. If he's not going to come into this space to debate, then he's just wasting everybody's time. So, Junts Dozier, either come into the space and debate, or you're just getting booted.
So in response to that, what would be your approach to talking to someone that's a pure skeptic?
Skepticism, again, refutes and cancels out the possibility of having knowledge. It's contradictory at a fundamental level to say that I know that everything, I doubt everything except my fundamental skepticism. That's a contradiction.
And if someone says that they're okay with that, then you just can't move on from that point.
Well, if they're okay with that, then they're accepting contradictions, and at that point, then there are no true positions or no true worldviews, because now we can all just believe and accept contradictions.
And what if that person is okay with that?
If they're okay with contradictions, then they've surrendered apologetics and argumentation. So they have no argument against Christianity.
I see. Okay.
I mean, at that point, you've done your job, right? I mean, like, that's the job of the apologist. If the apologist can get a person to that point where they basically admit that no worldviews are true and we accept contradictions, then you just say, well, hey, I leave you to your worldview, and good luck with that, because there's nowhere that you can go with that. So when they want to enter back into the realm of reasonable discourse, logical coherence, they're going to have to give up that contradictory worldview.
Okay, I got it. So if you're trying to argue in favor of the Christian worldview, would you point to, for example, the fruits of Christianity that come from that particular perspective?
Wait, say that again?
If you're trying to argue positively in favor of the Christian worldview, would you point to fruits, like positive outcomes from believing in Christianity, or does that not matter?
I mean, you could, but I think that, a philosophical, perceptive atheist or skeptic will just say that, well, what you perceive to be a fruit is just going to be contingent on your worldview to begin with. So that's the very thing that's in question. So, if you say, but Christianity produces good fruits, an atheist might just call into question, well, what you think is a good fruit is already based on your perception of the good, which is determined by your Christian worldview. So that's the very thing that's in question. So, it might have some practical effect. The person might plant a seed in that person's, thought process or something, but it's not going to ultimately, convince a person who's philosophically minded, right? I mean, they might have to get to a point where, a family member dies and they begin to really grapple with existential questions of death before they start moving in that direction. And for a lot of people, that's what has to happen. Like, they really they end up, feeling their mortality before they start to question, these kinds of bigger metaphysical issues. But, great questions. I appreciate that. So this, to the Roman Catholic who's talking all the smack in the chat, Do you think we haven't addressed the Sixth Council in the letter of Agatha? I mean, he's like, but this is ex cathedra exegesis of the passage. It's the Pope's letter to the council. It's not ex cathedra exegesis unless you're a papist, right? So if that guy won't come on, just boot him. So he's just wasting everybody's time, just spamming. This is all they have is to just spam this bullshit all the time. I'm so tired of it. It's like, it's so tiring that all these guys have is spamming quote mines and bullcrap. Like, that's it. That's all they're left with, which I think is, like, for us, it's a victory. So yeah, just keep spamming your bullshit. Nobody's buying that, dude. You understand that I've had more people messaging me and contacting me about leaving Rome for Orthodoxy in the last month than I've seen in years. And it's been consistent for years, but I mean, this papacy that you guys are just so obsessively spamming about is your own worst enemy. You're an idiot. And I don't have any qualms or problems telling you that you're an idiot. And I'm not saying that because I hate you. I'm saying it because it's like, I mean, why are you defending the guy who hates you? It makes no sense, right? Stuffed animal. What's up?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I'm a new listener. Last 2 weeks or so, I've just been devouring your content. I heard you on InfoWars, and I'm not here to debate you. I just had a couple questions for you. I grew up Roman Catholic, and I left all that disgustingness. The last 20 years, I have everything. Dr. Chuck Missler, John MacArthur, R.C. Sproul, Dave Hunt, Chuck Smith. I'm not a Calvinist at all. I reject that. And I noticed early on, like years ago, that they always refer to Schofield and the Schofield Bible notes, and John MacArthur jokes multiple times that he puts his faith in the Word of God in the Schofield Bible notes. And I briefly heard you mention like a couple days ago that the Schofield Bible was financed by the Rothschilds. I was just wondering if maybe you could just kind of give me like a brief overview of that.
I don't know if the Bible. I don't know that the Bible itself was. What I said was that the founding of the nation-state of Israel was via the Balfour Declaration, which there's interviews with the Rothschilds themselves talking about that. So that's a fact. Now, I'm saying that Oxford University published the Schofield Bible, and that's where it was pushed in America to convince evangelicals of the establishment of the modern nation-state of Israel as a fulfillment of prophecy in tune with the Plymouth Brethren and their stupid heresies. So it's all a bunch of nonsense.
And they also always had this opinion that Israel can do no wrong. Like, even when you go visit Israel, they spit on the Christians.
Right, but that's not the topic today. The topic today is, as we said, the topics listed in the discussion. I'm on YouTube. Okay, so we got to be YouTube friendly here. Mr. Pseudo-Pilled. What's up, Pseudo-Pilled? Yeah, what's up?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I want to talk about presuppositionalism.
Okay. What's up?
So I've heard from you and from other people a statement that goes along like this, like all concepts are theory laden, something like that. Is that correct? Would that be like and so that's like the prime justification for using presuppositionalism over like an evidentialist approach?
It's all facts are theory laden. It's not all concepts. All facts, anything comes with an interpretive framework to make sense of it. So yeah, I think it's pretty easy to demonstrate that all of our interpretive matrix, all of our facts come with some theory behind them.
So when you say facts,
any fact, anything.
So like you're talking about contingent facts or
anything. So it just means that there's no brute fact. There's nothing that's theory neutral.
Okay, so
hold on. So I'm not saying that itself is what makes presuppositionalism true. I think they're related, but they're different topics. I mean, the discussion of neutrality in epistemology is totally divorced from presuppositionalism. It didn't historically develop in any necessary connection to presuppositional apologetics, but they do relate to one another. That's because classical apologetics relies on theory neutrality and the idea that there's brute facts.
Okay, so I mean, the reason I asked that about that statement was because it seemed like, well, if that's true, then for anything to be intelligible, like it's not just like statements that you're interpreting; it's like reality that you're interpreting as well, right? For anything to be intelligible, you have to like presuppose something, like as an epistemic process, like
everybody's doing that, right?
Okay. So I guess my question there would be like, before you actually like commit to a worldview, right? For you to presuppose, don't you need like to be able to discern between things that are presupposable and not presupposable? So like, for example, I could presuppose like the Bible, but I can't presuppose like Mozart's symphony or something like that, right? Because one of them has propositional, content. The other one isn't propositional. It's like musical notes. So wouldn't you need to already have some kind of framework to discern between supposable and non-supposable?
Yeah, but the that doesn't make your category that determines between these things. That doesn't make that more fundamental. That's not a form of foundationalism. That's a category error.
More foundational in.
So just because I'm saying that some things are not foundational to my worldview and other things are presuppositional categories or something like that, that doesn't make the logic that I'm using to determine between these things more foundational or self-evident. It's part of the presuppositional categories. If that's where you're going. I assume that's where you're going in the argument.
Yeah, no, okay, so it's not part of the presupposition. Okay, so the presuppositional category. Okay, I'm just trying to restate what you're saying.
So transcendental categories include things like logic, right? Logic is one of those transcendental category things that are necessary for the possibility of knowledge or predication. So my use of that thing doesn't make it self-evident or theory neutral, because I'm using that to say what things are categories and what things aren't.
Well, yeah, but don't you have to, like, I guess, how are you justified in assuming those things if they're not like self-evident, right? Like you would have to discern between different theories of like presuppositionalism.
It's a category error. So because I'm using logic to discern between worldviews does not itself make logic self-evident or theory neutral. Because
logical worldview
because logic is part of the worldview. It's part of the paradigm.
I just don't know how you can assume part of the paradigm before you assume the actual, like the full paradigm.
You're assuming the full paradigm, and logic is part of the paradigm.
There's not, but yeah.
You don't so this is a category error. So because I'm using logic to distinguish between other worldviews, or that I'm putting logic first in terms of my temporal argumentation, does not mean that therefore logic has a metaphysical or ontological or even an epistemic priority. That's it's called a category error. Let me give you an example of this. Let's say I want to make the transcendental argument for God's existence from a pencil, and I utilize the pencil as an example of an object that has particularity, and then I go into the one and the many and so forth, and then I argue from the one and the many up to God's existence. Does the fact that I use the pencil as my starting point for the argument therefore mean that I'm giving pencils epistemic and ontological priority? No, right. So in the same way, using logic does not mean that logic therefore has epistemic or metaphysical priority because I start there. Logic is not operating as a self-evident, epistemic, theory-neutral thing. It's part of the paradigm. I'm presupposing an entire paradigm. Logic is one element that I'm using. I don't have to use logic as my. What if I use ethics as my argument, and I say that Here's the ethical argument in a transcendental argument, contrasted to some other worldview. Does that mean that I'm saying ethics is therefore theory neutral? No.
I'm talking about the thing that allows you to discern, like, the nature.
It doesn't matter. The fact that it doesn't matter. The thing that I'm using doesn't become theory neutral because I'm using it first. Category error. Let's say I use numbers. Does that make numbers somehow self-evident because I'm using a number in an argument?
Yeah, but it's not like that. I think that's a different type.
No, so it's not. It doesn't matter. Logic is just as much a created thing in the worldview as our pencils, as our numbers. Doesn't matter which one I start with.
In that argument, you're using that to justify like something else that it necessarily entails. What I'm talking, like if numbers, then X, Y, Z. What I'm saying though is, like, for you because ultimately you have to choose like some kind of worldview, right? Like, this comes externally. This isn't just like internally.
It's, again, I don't know how many times I have to tell you it's a category error. So I understand what you're saying. I understand you're trying to say that because I'm using logic somehow becomes theory independent, and I'm not. It doesn't. The fact that I'm using it doesn't make it theory independent, because the argument itself is that other worldviews are not going to be able to give an account for logic. So it's not making logic theory neutral or independent. Only if you thought that there were theory neutral things would you even think that. Why does using it make it theory neutral in your view?
Because you're not when you're picking the worldview, you don't have already like any theory to even like justify your beliefs. Yes, you do.
Of course you do. Why would you think that? That's never what I've argued. Of course you do. You can't say anything without theory behind it. That's the whole point. What do you mean? Why would you? Again, where did you get that idea?
Well, because if you haven't decided on a theory by definition, then you don't really have a theory. So, like, I mean, ultimately, like,
you're confusing an individual who's doubting things with justification and a philosophical argument. Those are two different things. The fact that you as an individual are doubting or trying to work through something, that doesn't mean there's theory neutrality. That's a terrible argument. I'm trying to be mean.
No, but like my step from going from doubting to not doubting.
You're confusing your psychological report with philosophical argumentation. Those are two different things. That's not theory neutrality. If that was the case, then every time I had a doubtful thought, then I would suddenly be in the realm of theory neutrality. That's two different things.
So you're saying when someone's in the doubting, when someone's doubting and then they move from doubting to actually choosing a worldview, like before they actually choose a specific worldview, they're already like adopting some kind of theory even before that.
Yes.
For them to be able to choose.
They don't have to be cognizant of it, but yes, they are. Correct. Do I know everything about the iPhone as I use the iPhone, and yet I'm using all of this highfalutin, technology and mathematics? I don't know anything about that, but I'm still using it, right? So in the same way, a person is using all of these categories that make up their worldview, even if they don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm. So you're just saying it's not that, it's just that they don't have they don't have a theory of it. Even if they're using it, they don't have a theory of it. They have like one quality or something, but they haven't worked through the implications or whatever.
Yes. Yeah. Does that make sense? Or?
Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Good question. I wasn't trying to be mean. I just get excited and into it. I would recommend reading the W.J. Wood book on epistemology, because he has a really good chapter on theory neutrality and how it just really doesn't make sense. Any attempt at self-evidence falls apart pretty quickly, because when you try to explain what makes that thing self-evident, usually people appeal to something else. And when they appeal to something else, you have the criterion problem, because now it's no longer self-evident because it's relying on other beliefs and other propositions. It's not self-evident. But then if you argue that something is self-evident, then you run into the problem of being arbitrary and ad hoc. And if you can be arbitrary and say, well, this is self-evident and it's obvious, then I can just come to the table and say, oh, well, this is self-evident and it's obvious. You see. So self-evidence and things being just obvious is really tricky ground when it comes to philosophy. So to me, I don't understand how you would get out of admitting that everything is in some way theory laden. To me, it just seems like it's the only way to go. I mean, until somebody can resolve the criterion problem and explain to me why we're supposed to just accept certain things as self-evident, then, presup it is. Guinea. What's up, Guinea? Thank you guys for those super chats. Much appreciated. Remember to keep it to the topics listed today. We're not going into conspiracies and geopolitics particularly. You gotta unmute, dude. Guinea, do you want to unmute? All right.
Hey, sorry, I wasn't looking at my screen. I didn't know you was talking to me.
What's up, man? What's on your mind?
Hey, so I don't know if this pertains to the topic or not, but I mean, I guess it could be kind of under Protestantism. So I'm a Lutheran, and recently I've just been learning a lot more about Orthodoxy and stuff like that. Because to me, it kind of looks like if you look at the history of Christianity, there's
got a lot of Lutherans piling in tonight. What's up with all the Lutherans? Go ahead.
There's actually been a lot of people on some of the Lutheran Discord servers that I'm in that have been either converting to Orthodoxy or just more like interested in it. But I've tried to get answers. There doesn't seem to be as much like Lutheran apologetic work.
You gotta change. You gotta change them. You gotta change that battery, dude, and that smoke detector.
No, it's fine.
No, it's not. It's hurting my ears, dude.
All right, hang on.
I don't mean do it. I don't mean do it now. Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. I've been sick the last couple of days. Whatever you had, that cough that you had, you gave it to me.
It's the Vatican. Well, if you've been sick, you should have had the opportunity to. You had an opportunity to change that battery, dude. Go get a 9 volt.
I've been sleeping. But anyway.
How you sleep through that chirp, dude?
It's not that hard.
Damn.
So yeah, like I don't know, man. When I look at like Catholicism, it's like, okay, I don't see stuff like the papacy in the early church. I don't see it from the Bible, to the extent that they say in like Vatican I and all that kind of crazy stuff. So when it comes to like Western Christianity, which is what I'm mostly exposed to, like Protestantism and Catholicism, a lot of it, I feel like Lutheranism is pretty closer than all the other, Protestant choices to the early church. But it's the concept of like, how far does it go back sort of thing? Like if you ask like, okay, where was the Lutheran church before, 1517 or whatever, you will get answers. I don't know if you've talked to a lot of Lutherans before, if you encountered this when you was a Protestant. I don't remember what denomination you said you were, but
no, the only Lutheran I've seen is Dr. Soyden Cooper, who's all over YouTube, who's pretty terrible with all his Star Wars figurines. So that's the only one I'm familiar with.
And I like a lot of Jordan Cooper's videos, but this is the consistent problem that I see, like coming from and I've been a Lutheran for about 3 years now. I've only been a Christian for 7 years, I think, and I've been a Lutheran for 3. But there doesn't seem to be a lot of answers when it comes to asking questions about like continuity. Early church stuff, because they can point to certain doctrines and be like, well, Augustine believed in sola scriptura because he said this or whatever, or he said this. But I feel like when you take it as like a whole, like when you look at the stuff about the councils, it's not just the creed. There's like all these canons and stuff, and there's like this whole system of like, and you brought this up in one of your streams before, that was like, okay, well, if I get, excommunicated from my Lutheran church, I can just go to the other Lutheran church.
Mm-hmm.
So what really happened if you got excommunicated? Really nothing, because you can just go to the next one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but basically, I'm doing a lot of talking here, but my question is basically, when I'm looking at church history and trying to decipher these sorts of things, what are some resources and things I could look at that basically what I'm struggling with is, I'm sure we both agree that within Christianity, there can be false things that come up. Like if you look at like Arianism and stuff like that. So then, you have to have a council, and the council has to decide that they are, Arianism is wrong. They reaffirm the deity of Jesus and everything like that. And, that was stuff that was believed before the council. The issue that I'm having is, how do I know this doesn't go too far? Like with stuff.
What go too far? What's the question?
Like, sorry, I'm not articulating it very well.
It's okay.
But like for example, praying to the saints and stuff like that. Like, just from my perspective on the reading I've done on it and everything, and obviously from the Bible, I believe, the saints that are dead are alive in heaven. And
I think any sort of standard Orthodox book would address a lot of these kind of typical objections. Not trying to downplay your question. I mean, you could read Father Josiah Trenum's book Rock and Sand, something like that. I have a whole book that's a 600-page book. Bro, I'm sorry. I got a look. Yeah, there we go. I got a whole 600-page book that addresses a lot of these questions. There's a whole chapter on icons and saints and all that stuff. So I'm sorry, that's just MK Ultra level stuff going on here with the beeps. But somebody get that man a 9-volt Fetty Yap.
Hey, good evening, Jay.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so I was a Protestant, and I'm looking a lot into Orthodoxy, and a lot of your content is great. Like the other guy said, I just been like eating it up. But one of the things that I guess troubles me coming from my Protestant background is it seems like a Protestant could say that because the Protestants would say we're saved by faith through grace, it's not of works, and there's nothing that that I'm doing that's warranting it. Whereas and they also kind of have like that, hey, I'm saved, it happened on this date kind of thing. The Orthodox would say, no, I was saved, I'm being saved, I hope to be saved. Couldn't the Protestant, and this is kind of what I'm thinking and kind of wrestling with, it's like, wouldn't the Protestant be able to say, well, we have a more loving gospel, we have a more loving, kind of a system, because it's like, hey, the Catholics and the Orthodox, those guys, they have to kind of work at it, and they don't even know, their priests don't even know if they're making it to heaven, whereas, the guy at like a real life church or something can say, hey, yeah, I'm saved. I'm just kind of curious what your critique of that would be.
Well, it seems to rely on kind of a presupposition as to what's, quote, more loving, or what is the case, to then argue that, because we all know that this is the loving position, because our position is more in line with that, it's therefore true. So it's a really weak argument, because, well, it's just simply a question of what is the case, not what do we think is the, quote, more loving position. So, Jesus has many statements, the New Testament has many statements about, the seed falls on rocky ground and then it springs up and it dies, right? So there's new life, and then it dies away, it's choked out, this kind of stuff. So Paul warns about falling away and apostatizing. So the New Testament has many warnings about apostasy and so forth. So I don't think it's a question of what does the New Testament teach, what has the church always taught, rather than what do I just assume is, quote, more loving?
Yeah, I guess the loving was just kind of one aspect of it, but I admit that it's sort of like it's not an intellectual thing on my part that's making me kind of hang up on it. It's just sort of like an emotional thing. Like it just seems to me from my readings that it is a gift. I just don't understand. Well, I mean, let me ask you, like, what is the Orthodox position? Is it, I mean, can you have a priest of a church who's been a priest for 30 years say, yeah, I mean, I could go to hell? And if he could say that, I'm just curious, why is that the case if he's...
Because it's a warning and it's a case for everybody. I mean, everybody is subject to the warnings of the New Testament. It has nothing to do with priest or layman. Everybody's under the same warnings of, the warnings of the parables. So everybody's under the same warnings of Hebrews 6. So it really has nothing to do with the priest it has to do with the reality of, I mean, we see it all the time. People leave all versions of Christianity for all kinds of religion. There was an Orthodox priest who left Orthodoxy last week for Islam after I don't know how long. So I mean, yeah, there's Baptists. I've known Baptists who became Muslims. So the warnings are for everybody. What do you mean?
Well, no, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying falling away. I'm saying you can be a Christian your entire life, and it seems like with the Protestant perspective, if you're a Christian and that's the faith that you profess, you can sin. You can. I'm not saying sin freely or whatever. I'm just saying, like, a normal Christian who does sin in Protestantism, because it's a gift and it's not earned, he can have assurance in his salvation. Like the Bible says, it's a gift. It's not of your own works. So I don't know. It just seems to me like if you're Orthodox or Catholic, it's strange that the Orthodox and the Catholics would say, yeah, there's no salvation outside the Catholic Church. There's no salvation outside the ark of the Orthodox Church, I think is the way I heard you put it one time. But it's like, but even from your own perspective, you're not saved. Or you don't know that you are, or you could just go to hell. It's just like, why would I leave a Baptist church, for example?
Because this has nothing to do with what's true and false. These are like emotional arguments about which one makes me feel better, as opposed to which one's true and false. So that's the issue.
So I mean I guess that's the answers for you guys. It's yeah. I mean, you can just I mean, if you mess up, you can go to hell. I guess it's just that simple. Even if you still cling to Jesus, you profess that as your faith and so on. It's just like, yeah, I mean, hey, if I mess up,
well, it's not just a matter. Everybody messes up, so you're just sort of it's specifically leaving the faith, or I mean, ultimately, God judges our hearts, so I think God is a merciful judge. It's not a matter of, quote, just messing up, because even the saints or the people in the church that die, we pray for their forgiveness of sins even after death. So, so basically, what this amounts to is an emotional argument. I'm not trying to be rude, but emotional.
No, I agree. That's
okay. Well,
what it is.
Emotional arguments are basically fallacious. So,
but I don't think it's fallacious though. Well,
it is. So, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just it is.
No, I don't think you're being rude at all, and I enjoy your content. I've actually changed my position on a lot of things, like the saints, the icons. I've been to an Orthodox liturgy at this point probably a dozen times, and I love it. It's just that one thing of like, man, if so, are you saying that if you're Orthodox, the salvation is it that if you're a Christian and you're Orthodox and you do as good as you can as an Orthodox Christian, you go to your liturgies, you take communion and so on, you try to help people out, give to the poor, whatever, are you saying that the Orthodox position is, yes, if you stay in the church and you aren't like some total crazy heretic or something, that you can I guess have a surety of your salvation, or are you not saying that?
I can have an assurance via the things that God has given to help give me assurance, like confession and the Eucharist and so forth. But God knows the heart, and I don't know other people's hearts. So, I mean, a person can conceivably do all those things and hate God, right? You can be a complete phony and do all these things and appear to be righteous to men. So again, we don't know God, we don't know people's hearts. So it's sort of like the questions that you're asking really, again, boil down to, well, does the New Testament teach that you can be in the covenant, given new life, etc., and can you apostatize? So it really just goes back to the what does the New Testament say? And I think there's many passages that say that, yeah.
Is it just leaving the church or leaving the faith that would?
Well, no, that's why I'm saying that that's the public manifestation of what we can see as an example of it. So no, I'm not saying that's the only sin. I mean, you could be a total Pharisee and have kept all the public appearance of things, but in your heart you hate men and hate God, even though you've performed to the world's eyes all the rituals correctly. So no, that person's not going to be saved. So no, it's not just a matter of doing a bunch of rituals and externals. It's the externals and the internals, right? Both have to be in alignment, and nobody from the human vantage point can really know that until it kind of becomes manifest and evident, like in the examples of the saints or something like that. So, so again, I'm not trying to be rude, but yeah, I think that it just comes down to, again, what's the New Testament say ultimately? We can't solve this discussion on the basis of, well, that seems mean or this seems nice or whatever. John, what's up, John? He's having a hard time connecting, so I don't know is that the same John? Is this the engineer who didn't know what the transcendental argument was but knew that it was wrong? I hope so. So you're welcome to come back and explain to us how you know something's wrong when you don't know what it is. But I'll warn you, I will get sassy, and if you get all breathy with me, I'm gonna get breathy back. So he's having a hard time connecting. You can come back out and come back in. I don't even know if it's the same dude. It might be a different dude. Let's see. Paul Sinclair. He's been waiting a long time. Looks like his thing is having a hard time connecting too. Alex says in a super chat, I missed this one, excuse me, from a couple days ago. $5. Jay, I like your work. Have you read Matthew Pageau's book, Genesis, Language of Creation? I have not read it yet. I bought the book a few months ago, but I've been really busy with a lot of things, preparing for different Muslim debates. When I got that book, I was still preparing for the Hikikachu debate, so I've not had time to read it. I think he got kind of mad because I told him that I would try to get to it as soon as possible. I didn't get to it quick enough for him. So I don't think he wasn't interested in continuing conversations. And you said he talks about the symbolism of the rainbow. I'm not dissing him or saying anything bad. I just haven't had time to get into his book. Temple Hat Girl, $5. I agree with you on the leaks that are coming out and the promotion of degeneracy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sam Sulek, $10, says, I was arguing with a Roman Catholic the other day, and I brought up the canons of ecumenical councils. He said canons are not infallible, and that at one point in the early church, a lot of the bishops were Arian. Yeah, I agree with the Roman Catholic on that point. So canons are useful for showing the mindset of the church at a certain time, but it really becomes a difficult position when you try to say that the canons of the ecumenical councils are themselves infallible. It's just weird kind of Roman Catholic ideology, except it's not the Pope. It's now the canons and the councils that take on this sort of papal attitude. I'm not saying that the councils have errors, but I think when we start thinking that canons, and this is what happens in Spurgs, then go and say, oh, well, here's a canon that says that clergy can't ride horses, and you're excommunicated if you ride a horse. So obviously some of these canons are dated. They apply to things that are no longer relevant, cities that don't even exist anymore. How are you going to keep canons for cities that don't exist anymore? It's ridiculous. It's a weird pharisaical attitude. So no, I don't think canons are automatically infallible because they're part of the council. They're binding and they're normative, but they're not meant for internet spurgs to try to interpret and tell everybody that infants are going to hell like these idiots do. So tag who off, $3. When Tim Gordon had a debate with classical theist wasn't concerned with new dogma contradicting old dogma. Wow. I've not seen their debate. I skipped that. Wasn't interested in it. I do keep up with Tim's stuff, but I might have to look at that. Rusty Shackelford is Dale. $20. Thank you so much, Rusty Shackelford. We got a lot more super chats to go. I'll hit those in a minute. So let's see if some of the people who couldn't get in are able to come back on. Mando. What's up, Mando? We got Mandalorian up in the chat.
Hey, Jay. I was turned on to you by Sam, who you know. Appreciate you.
Sam Hyde, Sam Shamoon. What? Sam
Shimon.
Who?
Sam Shimon.
Okay.
And I just have a question for you regarding what you were talking about a few minutes ago about, ones who, the belief that you could lose your salvation kind of a thing. You pointed to Hebrews 6. In the Orthodox creeds, what are the most solid scriptures from the New Testament that you would, put onto the table outside of Hebrews 6, which is speaking to Hebrews? What
does it matter if he's speaking to Hebrews? What does that matter?
Well, it matters because the scriptures is written for us, but the scriptures aren't specifically written to us.
So there's a different standard for the Hebrew Christians and for the Gentile Christians?
No.
So it doesn't matter.
Well, I think that my first question is, what other scriptures, for the Orthodox, do you point to for that in the New Testament?
Well, I gave an example. I gave an example just a second ago of the parable of the sower, where it falls on some ground that springs up to new life and then gets choked out and dies.
Okay.
Is that new life?
It takes me to like 1 John, where he said that, if they were of us, they would have remained with us, which implies that a true saving faith will be one that the individual actually remains in the faith and doesn't either defect back to a Jewish belief of an old sacrificial system that Christ did away with, or going to some other belief system outside of Christ.
Mm-hmm. So basically, the two passages that I've given as examples don't count, and you just go to the passage in John that backs up your presupposition.
No, I think that specific Romans 6, in light of being written to the Hebrews.
You mean Hebrews 6, not Romans 6?
I mean, yeah, Hebrews 6.
Okay, what about Romans 11, the warning of the Roman Church being grafted out?
Okay.
So were they grafted in? Or did they just think they were grafted in?
So what is...
So basically you're not going to address any of the examples.
Well, can you give me a second to even respond? I mean, I'm sincerely here asking.
Well, I gave you another passage and you're going off into some other thing.
Oh, I didn't. You asked me about Romans being grafted in. I didn't
11.
even have a chance to respond. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were starting to say, well, what about some other thing?
No, I didn't. But specifically there, being grafted in, Paul was talking about Gentiles, not Jews, being grafted into the faith.
So Jews and Gentiles have different standards of salvation. What does it have to do with the question? You already said they don't.
I already said that they don't what?
All right. That's enough of that. Good job. Goodbye, dude. Let's see. Leon, what's up, Leon? Unmute, Liam. Liam Gallagher, what's up?
I happen to have a master's in theology. I would like to speak with Jay Dyer upon theological issues.
Oh, he has a master's. I guess he's going to put me in my place. I'm terrified.
And before I even speak upon that, I'd like to say that means nothing, really. I learned more on YouTube videos than I learned through my collegiate experience.
I'm sure. Okay, so please put me in my place. Where am I wrong? I'm sure you've got all the details to refute me. Go ahead. Destroy me.
Before I do that, I would like to give you lots of praise and
I don't want. Come on, dude. Just get. Yeah, sure. Get to the point.
Bring someone else on. I don't want to go there right now.
Yeah, you do. You wouldn't be here if you didn't want to do that. Spare me all the bullshit. Just get to it. Come on.
Well, you have been so apologetic for
Are you
Judaism.
drunk or what are you talking about?
No, it's 12 o'clock where I am, but I'm hanging there with you. So what I will say is that
Sound drunk to me.
You will not talk to Adam Green, which is a little bit weird. Why not?
Yeah, you don't have a master's in theology. Get out of here.
Will you not admit that you don't? You're just running apologetics.
Yeah, you're a troll.
You are running apologetics
You're a troll.
for the Jewish faith.
You're a troll. Come on.
What else would I like to tell you? Yeah.
So drunk troll, as you can see. Can I not spot him? Right? Within like 2 seconds, drunk troll. Paul Sinclair wants to try again. So again, I mean, we've already seen multiple people, Kotel, trying to have a, quote, debate. And what's the point in debating people who can't even understand, like, basic logical fallacies? And everybody could see with the Kotel debate that that's exactly what I said would happen. So, again, so these people have to then lie and say that they're masters in theology. It's total nonsense.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, hey, Jay.
What's up?
Yeah, sorry. I always have some trouble figuring out how to connect, so that's my bad. Yeah, so we spoke last week. Just had a good conversation. Honestly, you might have to boot me because I could talk to you all night. But
Okay, so do you have a one topic or issue or question, or what do you want to get to?
yeah, I sort of would like to continue our discussion on ecumenism, maybe, and I'm also I'm ignorant as to the ecclesiology of the finer points of the ecclesiology of the Orthodox
So
Church.
what's the question of the topic? Get to it. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just there's like 20 people I want to get to.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I would imagine that you're familiar with what's it called? The commission for the commission of joint dialogue between for theological dialogue between the Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. I'm probably butchering the acronym there.
Are you talking about the Alexandria document?
No, they've had a number of plenary sessions. The one I wanted to bring up tonight was, I believe, the 10th plenary session, which took place in Ravenna, Italy, 2007, I believe.
Yeah, I've heard of the Ravenna document, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Well, what I recall is more recently the Chieti document and the Alexandria document because they're fresh in my head. But
right.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So the Joint Commission for Theological Dialogue between the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. That's what it's called.
Okay.
So they've been meeting in plenary sessions and so forth.
Yeah.
So so like I said last week, we were discussing ecclesiology and maybe the magisterial weight of this ecumenism. I brought up the statement by Athenagoras, and you clarified your view on that. So when it comes to this joint commission, I imagine you might say similar things about it regarding infiltration by the CIA and so forth. Maybe we could just start there. If you have an opinion on the joint commission and what its motives are in your view.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked for many years, written articles for many years, explaining in depth what I think about ecumenism as a geopolitical strategy and project. doesn't mean that I can't read the Alexandria document, which was produced by the commission that you're talking about, and see where the arguments are good, where the arguments are bad. None of that changes that it's still a geopolitically motivated operation. But what does that have to do with... So again, like what... Two different questions. So there's the geopolitical side of it, and then there's the question of which theology is correct and which one's right.
Well, let's not focus too much on the geopolitics unless you want to. I would just want you... I would want to know if you think that is there any legitimate progress being made in this joint commission? Is it for you as an Orthodox person? Is it at all significant?
So I did a whole 2-hour live stream, which I linked to you last time, about the Alexandria document. That said explicitly where I thought it was admitting good points, what the apologetic use of that was, which was to say that therefore Vatican I is not true.
Right. And I apologize, Jay.
You don't have to apologize. It's just like, this is the same stuff we talked about last time. So what's the... I'm not trying to be mean to you, but understand we've already had a bunch of trolls. So I'm trying to calm down because I'm in like combating the troll mode. I know you're not a troll, but I'm just saying. So this was what we talked about last time. My replies haven't changed since last time.
No, so that's why I wanted to get more into the specific
Okay.
issues of the joint commission. And the Ravenna statement. So maybe I'll just go to one of the something they agreed in the Ravenna statement in 2010. It's my understanding that they agreed at I think all of the Orthodox churches sent delegates except for one.
I doubt that. All of the Orthodox churches?
I think that was the statement, at least from Callistos Ware, was that all the
Okay, well, he's not the most reliable person, so.
Right. Maybe they didn't all have delegations. He said there was only one of the autocephalous churches that didn't send it.
Okay, well, that's not all. So.
Right. But it would still, if the other 13 had sent delegations, it would be significant, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, these don't have any binding authority any more than the Council of Florence has binding authority, because all of them but one agreed to it. So
no, and that's
so again, it's like this seems like a Roman Catholic approach. Like, what if we get 80% of leaders or 75% of leaders, and they agree on a position? Won't you admit that you're wrong? I mean, no, it's a decentralized church. What matters is what's true. Not fallacy of 80% of the bishops agree with it. I mean, in the Arian crisis, probably 80 to 90% were Arian. Does that make Arianism true?
Right, and I wasn't actually. I wouldn't want to go in that direction with it, Jay.
So what's the argument, man? I'm not trying to be mean, but So you're talking about Ravenna, okay? What's the Ravenna argument that you want to get to?
So maybe I should have clarified from the beginning. I'm not necessarily making an argument. As always, I'm just not as always.
Okay.
I'm only talking to you once.
What's the question?
So I think what the delegates tentatively agreed on was that there, even in the Orthodox view, there is a level of universal primacy. Now, of course, what that primacy entails would be radically different between the two views. And I think I mentioned last time that I am not. I'm not a fan of the interpretation or implementation of Vatican I. For you, it would just be Vatican I as such. I would have to say implementation and interpretation.
Okay, but again, I don't think you have that luxury as a Roman Catholic to do that. So, again, this is like the same. I'm not trying to be mean, but how is this different than the conversation that we had last time? Like nothing that I wouldn't have any different replies than last time.
Well, in this case specifically, what would you say to the delegates agreeing to there being some level of universal primacy? Would you say there's any weight to that statement? Would you totally disagree? I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, it contradicts Chieti and Alexandria, which says that he did not have or exercise universal jurisdiction or primacy. So again, do we mean like first in canonical status? I mean, that could mean a lot of things. That could mean that, like in a jurisdiction, the Patriarch of Constantinople has canonical privileges in his jurisdiction. It might mean that at an ecumenical council, there might be privileges that the Roman See has that are unique to the Roman See. But if you look at Canon 6 of Nicaea, when it says that Rome is first, it doesn't say anything about Peter. It doesn't say anything about a special charism. It appeals to custom and canonical tradition. It does not appeal to divine tradition.
Okay, I follow you.
So maybe we can skip to Florence for just a second. I believe, and I know that doesn't. I'm not trying to say that Florence is valid or should be for the Orthodox, but let's say the Orthodox at that council agreed that the Bishop of Rome, if the reunification were implemented, he would enjoy his previous privileges prior to the schism. So, do you think that the Bishop of Rome had any, let's say, privileges that operated on the level of universal primacy, like settling disputes for the universal church or so?
Well, I mean, if you're going to use Sardica, that's already been addressed many times, that there was an appellate structure of appealing jurisdictional disputes and questions, but that wasn't just Rome. That also existed for Alexandria and other patriarchates. Anybody could appeal and try to get the powerful patriarchates on their side, and if Rome was the first see, then certainly many church fathers did seek to get the Roman see on their side. I mean, famously, St. Maximus did this, right? He tried to get Pope Martin to side with him against the Monothelites, and that's a very powerful thing to get the Roman see to do that. But again, that's all, it's because, as Maximus himself says, because the Roman see was Orthodox, not because it's the Roman see. The Roman see had the reputation of upholding orthodoxy for many centuries, even though it had at times faltered already. So yeah, of course, it's natural to do that, to seek within an appellate structure, but that doesn't in any way signify the Vatican I claims. So I don't see what you're trying to prove. It's like you're trying to prove some sort of uniatism position that's not Vatican I and it's not orthodoxy. It's this other third thing that we need to go to have unification or something like that. And the point is that, no. The Roman Catholic system, the way it's structured as a system, if Vatican I is wrong, there's not a new third position. It means orthodoxy was correct.
No, I follow your logic there, Jay. I do. So in the appellate structure, would you say that Constantinople and Alexandria, for example, had just as much weight? And this is not a gotcha. I just genuinely want your opinion. Would you say that Constantinople and Alexandria enjoyed the same level of primacy as Rome for appeal?
So who does Gregory the Great say is the Petrine sees?
Well, you'll have to tell me, guys.
Right, well, it's not Constantinople, because Constantinople's not a Petrine see, right? It's Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch, right? Are the three Petrine sees. So even in his day, they're recognized as all three the see of Peter because they descend from Peter. So Constantinople is said to have the second place at the Council of Constantinople I, and that's accepted in the East, but it's not accepted by Rome. But when Leo does not accept Canon 28, which is based on the canon from Constantinople I, elevating Constantinople, it has nothing to do with Peter claims. It has to do with Leo saying that it's not fair to the structure that was laid down in Canon 6 of Nicaea. So in other words, it would displace Alexandria, and Alexandria should not be put behind Constantinople. However, centuries later, that eventually gets accepted, and Constantinople is given the second place after Rome. So eventually, Canon 28, which is disputed, is accepted by Rome. So the point is that this is a movable, changeable structure, and I think it's was useful, particularly when there was a unified church. But when when the West split, at that point, obviously the appellate structure is not really relevant anymore. I'm not saying it couldn't be if there was a conversion. Let's say that the Roman Church in the future, I don't know, repented and became Orthodox, something like that, right? Like, would there be a return of the canons of Sardica, which, by the way, are not, the approach of the canons of Sardica is not, it's still conciliar if you look at the way they argue in the canons. It's not Vatican I. Yeah, I mean, there could be some kind of structure like that where there's a return to an appellate structure. But, I mean, as Ubi pointed out in many of his debates, the appellate structure of Sardica is not Vatican I.
No, and I would agree with that. Okay, I follow you there. So I want to ask you about maybe some ecclesiology, and feel free to tell me to screw off whenever, because I don't want to take too much of people's time. But in the Orthodox view, and this may be a really stupid question, but in the Orthodox view, do all bishops have equal authority, or are there degrees?
So as I just said, in certain jurisdictions, the patriarchate, this is not anything to do with the Pope, in the history of the ecumenical councils, the patriarchs had canonical privileges. That means privileges within their jurisdiction and within councils. So the Roman See would have, if he were Orthodox, he would have patriarchal canonical privileges. For example, in the popes didn't call the councils, right? The emperors called the councils. And usually when the councils are signed off, they're signed off by the Roman See because the Roman See was the first. And we would say it's the first among equals. So they're given a kind of an honorary privilege, a canonical privilege. But canonical and honorary privileges are given, in my view, as I understand it, via the council. That's the argumentation of Canon 6 of Nicaea. And when you look at the canons in every one of the ecumenical councils, you do not see anybody arguing for a specific divine Petrine charism that's unique or in any way excludes Rome from the jurisdiction and the rule of the canons themselves. Rome is seen to be as defined and ruled by the canons, just like every other see is. They don't supersede it, but then that's why you get after the Gregorian reforms, you get this change, you get the revolution where it said no one can judge the Roman See now, right? Dictatus Papae, no one judges the first see. Well, prior to that, obviously people could judge the first see, which is why Honorius can be condemned as a heretic by the Sixth Council and by 3 succeeding councils, restating that condemnation, right? So the privileges are canonical jurisdictional privileges, much like the way the Bishop of Constantinople, for example, has canonical privileges, right? The Patriarch of Constantinople has canonical privileges. But the canonical privileges still don't translate into anything like papal privileges or the papal claims via Dictatus Papae, Unum Sanctum, and Vatican I.
Right. So, and again, anything I ask is because of my genuine ignorance.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm not with none of these questions, Jay. I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm much.
It's okay. Go ahead.
So with the current issue with Moscow and Constantinople, how does the Orthodox Church determine, if it comes to this point, how would the Orthodox Church determine which see is in schism?
Right. Well, so it may not be immediately apparent in history which one is which, and this is common in church history, right? I mean, not common in the sense that it's everywhere, but there have been many cases where there were schisms between one patriarchate and another patriarchate, right? So that's something that's happened, and it's happened in the West as well. So it's not something that's like only in Orthodoxy or in the East or something like that. But so there's not an easy answer as to how it would turn out if Moscow did excommunicate Constantinople. But it would also depend, I think, on what the other patriarchates do, who they side with. There could be a giant schism down the middle of the Orthodox Church, again, which has happened in the past. So I think that time would eventually determine who was correct if it's a jurisdictional dispute. But if it's a theological dispute, I think it's a little more, it's more self-evident. So depending on how that controversy shapes up, like I could see, for example, the Patriarch of Moscow excommunicating eventually, let's say, Bartholomew. Bartholomew would then try to get everybody under the sway of the West on his side, and then he would probably get a few of the patriarchates on his side. And so we would either have a schism that basically split the church, and then that group goes back to Rome, which I think would be actually make everything very clear for everybody who was Orthodox and who wasn't. Because, of course, Bartholomew has expressed many times his desire to go back to Rome. Or you could have a schism that lasts for a period of time, such as we recently saw, I think in Bulgaria, where that schism was recently healed. So there's a schism for 50, 60 years in the Orthodox Church between different autocephalous groups. And then that schism was just recently healed. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that?
I haven't, Jay.
Yeah, so there was a schism that was healed that had lasted for many decades, healed, I think, last year. So, in other words, conceivably, it could progress in that way. But given that, I think, Constantinople is pretty much totally subservient to the State Department. That wouldn't happen anytime soon, I don't think.
So if Kirill was to excommunicate Bartholomew, wouldn't wouldn't he be acting in a way that is sort of inherently anathema to the Orthodox view? Like
no, it wouldn't be unilateral. It would be within his synod, and then it would be other synods would also go along with that. So in other words, probably the, let's say, best case scenario, if that happened, let's say Serbian, Antiochian side with him as well. So those jurisdictions and those synods would also probably agree. I'm just hypothetically speaking here.
Yeah.
And then you might have other jurisdictions. Maybe the Greeks are split. Some of the bishops agree, and then some of the bishops in the synod side with America and the whatever. So, I mean, it would probably literally split the Orthodox Church right down the middle, which is probably what they're going for. In the same way that Francis seems to be kind of splitting the Roman Catholic Church in the middle.
So in that scenario, would Orthodoxy be sort of contingent, or at least Orthodoxy? I know that Orthodoxy is sort of eternal, ephemeral, but at least from a visible standpoint, would it sort of be the majority wins? The majority is the Orthodox. Whichever side.
Again, that's a papal attitude that Catholicity is determined by numbers. So, I mean, was the Catholic Church determined by the majority of the Arian bishops in the Arian crisis?
No.
Right. So what does Maximus say? Maximus says that if the true Catholics are reduced to a small band, I will be amongst the true Catholics. So again, for St. Maximus, Catholicity was not a numbers game.
Right. So what you're saying is it would just have to be borne out by history, and we would probably not see the resolution of who the Orthodox really were in that context.
I think that people who are correct will know who's Orthodox. I don't think that. I mean, it seems like you have like a Roman Catholic. I'm not trying to diss you, but it seems like a Roman Catholic attitude that nobody can know until like the papal figure tells us what's true and who's right. And I don't think that's true.
I'm just looking for a principle. It wouldn't have to be the Pope. I'm just looking for a principle by which we could know.
Well, again, depending upon whether it's a jurisdictional dispute, which would probably be harder to figure out because that would be principally about canons and interpreting canon law, versus something that's more directly theological. Like, let's say, for example, Bartholomew says, let me give you a hypothetical scenario. Like, let's say next year there's an excommunication of Bartholomew by Kirill, and then a bunch of other synods and patriarchs and bishops follow along with that, and they agree. And then the response of Bartholomew and other American-aligned bishops is to say, no, we're right. And then let's say Bartholomew says, and by the way, now is the perfect time to show our unity and our strength. We must join together with Pope Francis and provide a unified Christianity, blah, 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 right? Let's say that happened. Like at that point, it would become more clearly a theological and, by the way, geopolitical movement rather than just a jurisdictional or canonical dispute. So it really depends on where things go and what the dispute ends up being about, because I will grant you that it's harder, I guess, for laity to try to figure out if there's a jurisdictional dispute, which might be, relying on people determining different canons or this and that, versus something that's more outright theological. Because in the Orthodox Church, we think that the Holy Spirit is present at a local level to the extent that everybody in the mystical body has the same Spirit, the same presence of Christ as a bishop does or as a patriarch does. So they might have canonical privileges and so forth, but we don't have this early medieval idea of a difference between the mystical body, the juridical body, and then the lower lay people. That's all a Roman Catholic type of idea. So no, I think in our view, the Orthodox Church is that the laity have just as much a say-so as anybody else. They don't have the authority, but they have as much say-so, which is why they have in many cases led the charge against heresy when the bishops failed. You could have the exact same scenario, like in the the iconoclast crisis was largely monastics and laity who were leading the charge against corrupt bishops and patriarchs. So I think, again, it just really depends on how things go, but none of that really has anything to do with which one's the true church, because that's going to be decided via the theological issues and whether the Roman Catholic Church, I mean, it's either Roman Catholic Church or Orthodoxy, I would say, right? Or not. You don't think so?
Good. What's your question? I'm sorry, Jay.
So that my reply was, if it's a canonical jurisdictional dispute, that might be hard for laity to figure out. If it becomes more explicitly a theological issue and a push to accept the Filioque or some version of it, and all the other Roman Catholic doctrines, including the papacy in some way, then it would be easier for Orthodox people to say, okay, we know that's not right. Okay.
Yes, I follow you completely on that.
So again, I don't know what direction and how this will shake out in the next few years, but I can't see Bartholomew going against his handlers anytime soon.
Yeah, and feel free to decline this hypothetical. So let's just say it was a canonical dispute, and Kirill feels compelled to execute Bartholomew on the basis of a canonical dispute, and Bartholomew does not go back to Rome. Is there, and then that the sort of I'm on this side, they're on that side mentalities, it starts to burgeon within Orthodoxy. Am I going to side with Moscow? Am I going to side with Constantinople? And you get that situation. God forbid, I don't want that to happen. But if it were a canonical dispute and you had this sort of avalanche effect on the basis of a canonical dispute, and there wasn't an obvious theological rift here, would there be an immediate principle by which we could know which is the Orthodox Church, or would we have to wait for history to sort the issue out?
That's a difficult question, because I think we could probably look back to situations in church history where there have been these types of schisms. And if you're wondering if the papacy would somehow magically solve that, I just don't think it does. I think if that was the case, then we would have appealed to the papacy to decide all these things in the first 1,000 years.
Right. So, okay, and I follow you on that. I appreciate, again, the Orthodox...
So, again, the Orthodox Church is local and synodal. It's not judged by or governed by Constantinople or the big guy, the big kahuna.
No, yeah, absolutely.
So, most Orthodox people are going to go along with whatever their local synod does. And if their local synod goes in a certain direction that this is already kind of happening. We already have people kind of leaving various jurisdictions that are more and more moving in the direction of, Constantinople. That's been happening for the last several years, and that a lot of those people are coming over to our direction. But again, the key sign here is that one commonality is that many of the people that are going in the other direction towards Constantinople, or they stay in those, say, in the Go-Art circles and whatnot, a lot of those, not everybody, but a lot of those people are pretty open about their desire to reunite with Rome. So that just helps make things clearer for people.
Right, and I follow you there. Last hypothetical, and this one's just sort of, this is out there, but let's say in some alternate universe, I were the Pope, and I wanted to call a new council and reinterpret Vatican I in favor of an Orthodox understanding, and I were to somehow pull that off. Would you? I guess. Would you? As an
I think that's.
person,
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I think that's ludicrous from the outset. Because it's not just Vatican I. I mean, you've got the Council of Lyons. You've got Dictatus Papae. You've got Florence. You've got. I mean, it's not just. Vatican I is just the easy one to go to because it's just so clear with what the doctrine of the papacy is. So, but it's not like there aren't all these other dogmatic councils as well. I mean, Trent, for example, Trent says you have to believe that, what you partake of is not the thing that God has. And I don't see how any Orthodox person could believe that the grace of justification that we get in baptism is not the uncreated life of God. And that's what Trent says.
Yeah, and on that point, I'm definitely I've got so much responsibility in my life, but I'm working towards. Since you've said that, it makes me want to read the canons of Trent even more, because I would that that would be totally foreign to my conception of participation in the divine life. I don't know if you are familiar at all with St. John of the Cross. He was the Carmelite.
I'm very familiar. I was a Roman Catholic and a trad cat for many years.
Okay, cool. So St. John was really formative for my spiritual life when I began sort of moving towards Roman Catholicism out of Protestantism. And I know this is not an argument, but based on the sort of the way I began to conceptualize the faith based on reading St. John, I would never have gotten that kind of sense that Trent gives, that we don't have an actual participation in the divine energies of the divine life. What would you say?
Well, and I have Divine Intimacy up there, which was my devotional that I used for many years as a Roman Catholic, and it includes hundreds of pages, I think. If I'm going from memory, I haven't looked at it in probably 15 years, but it has many, many pages of quotes from John of the Cross. So I'm very familiar with this idea of Roman Catholic mystical union and, the dark night of the soul and all this kind of stuff. That doesn't really exist in Orthodoxy. We don't have the same ideas of this dark night of the soul and so forth. I'm not saying there aren't some parallels, because I know that what's stressed in that very devotional book, Divine Intimacy, is participation in the divine life. But really the point here is not, do Roman Catholics at times say correct things, or do they at times say that we participate in theosis or something like that, but rather that there's contradictions in the dogmatic statements. That's
Right.
a different argument.
Yeah, okay, I follow you. So you would say that saints in the Catholic Church sometimes have genuine spiritual intuitions based on their, and so.
Well, hold on. Let me be clear. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that I know that they have genuine spiritual experiences, because for the Orthodox, I don't comment. I don't know who. I would say that if you're having, spirits carve things into your chest about, or Jesus handing you a foreskin ring, those are not valid spiritual experiences.
No, but more in line with St. John, a very kind of not sensational, not charismatic revelation. But
Let me put it this way. Again, I'm not. So the fact that John of the Cross says at times we participate in the divine life, that proposition is true. But what he thinks about that, or what that might mean to a Roman Catholic, is very different from, in the Orthodox view, there's not like this myriad of mystical experiences that goes on. So you're not going to have like, oh, this guy over here gets the stigmata. This woman over here talks to the floating host where Jesus is her boyfriend. This woman over here throws herself down a well, and this guy over here, or this woman over here, gets a foreskin ring from Jesus. This other woman gets Jesus carving things into her chest like he's a serial killer. You don't get that. You get one idea of every saint, whether it's Moses, Paul, Basil, or Palamas, has the exact same experience of purification, illumination, deification. So everybody has the same experience, and it's the Mosaic experience. It's what Nyssa says about. It's what the Cappadocians talk about. So it's different. It is not the same thing as all of these vast sort of wild histrionics of Roman Catholic women and all this madness and nonsense.
Well, and that's not what I would want to make reference to, certainly not in talking about St. John of the Cross, who I think is, on the basis of his own testimony, is a very kind of Orthodox spirituality, at least as far as I can tell. But
again, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but that is not the Orthodox account of spirituality. It's just not. So, but there might be some overlap, does not make John of the Cross an Orthodox figure. And again, I haven't read John of the Cross in probably 15 years, so I can't speak to specifics. I don't remember all the details but I do remember that devotional talking a lot about the divine life and living and participating in divine love and divine life. And those propositions are true, but that doesn't mean that Roman Catholics, let's say imaginative prayer, that a lot of Roman Catholic mysticism promotes. That's not an Orthodox idea. We don't do imaginative prayer.
No, and but just in reference specifically to St. John, I think you mentioned Dark Night of the Soul, which to me it heavily has to do with apophaticism, or the via negativa.
But Thomas Aquinas talks about this, but it's not the same thing as, just because that people talk about the same thing does not mean that it's the same experience. And I'm telling you, from being Roman Catholic for a long time and then being Orthodox for a good while now, it's very different. It's not the same.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with the word concept fallacy, and I guess I won't go further into that because I need I would need to read Anthony of the Desert, and I have Life of Moses from Gregory of Nyssa. John of the Cross also talks a lot about Moses and going up into the cloud, and it's very
that's because the cloud of unknowing. A lot of these. I don't know if he was influenced by that, but there were a lot of Roman Catholic mystics that were influenced by Neoplatonism. I mean, Thomas Aquinas is influenced by Neoplatonism. So, but that's not the same thing as what we're talking about in Orthodox. Just because we have apophatic things in common, it doesn't follow from that you have the same idea between these two systems. I mean, again, Roman Catholic mysticism and piety is bound up with a host of things that no Orthodox person could ever accept, and it's inextricably bound up with those things now. The further you get up into present day church history, the more it's all sort of bound up together in those things. So, for example, you couldn't separate, I don't know, Marian piety from the Immaculate Conception and the definition of the Immaculate Conception, and the various Roman Catholic women saints who've had their experiences of Mary and all that. Like, all of that kind of is a package deal, right? Because it wouldn't make sense for me to say, well, I doubt a lot of those Roman Catholic mystic women's visions of Mary and the apparitions and all that, but I still believe in, the definition of the Immaculate Conception. It would be inconsistent. So in other words, as we progress and as Roman Catholic theology evolves, you get more and more of these manifestations that, again, kind of all go together. So I just don't really see, other than I remember being at a position like you're at where I thought, well, I'm doubting Roman Catholicism. Maybe I can read some of these mystical treatises. I remember reading Divine Intimacy and thinking, well, this sounds like what a lot of the Orthodox saints are talking about. But again, it's a question of, does the Roman Catholic Church possess the medicine to actually heal people? And I don't think that it does.
I follow you. Would you at least say that between the concepts of divinization and theosis, via negativa and apophaticism, would you say there's at least an actual comparison to be made there, and not just a mere conceptual comparison?
What do you mean?
Like, so I guess it could be related to the word concept fallacy, in that just because two words are sound the same, if they don't make reference to the same concept or the same idea. But I guess so when St. John is talking about his experience of divine union, and he's trying to put this in a theological framework for people to understand in a conceptual way, is he experiencing something that is real? Is it
I don't know. It's not my place. I'm not going to judge individuals. But what I do know is that if you do have those experiences, then what I expect is the correct theology to go along with it. So it's like, it's kind of a both and not an either or, right? So is it possible that, in God's account of things, he can stand before God and God can see that his heart was right? And I don't know. I can't judge people outside. Paul says we don't judge those outside. But I know that there's not going to be experiences of the divine light that contradict the Orthodox teaching of how that divine light's experienced.
Right. So you would say you don't know if there's any real correspondence between St. John's concept of divine union and theosis. There might be, but there's no way to adjudicate that.
I don't know what his experience was other than what he relates in the books, and I'm not going to grant that's a true path to God, and so is Stigmata of Francis of Assisi. I mean, everybody who knows and understands Orthodox piety and life would look at the life of St. Francis and say that this is very different from the life of Gregory Palamas. And, you know, whatever you think is true or false, like, those are two different things, right? So they can't, they're not the same thing. They're not the same experience. One of them is right, one of them is wrong. So maybe Roman Catholicism is right? Okay, then it's going to disqualify the experiences of God outside of the Roman Catholic Church, unless you're like a Vatican II ecumenist, right?
Yeah, guilty as charged.
You mean you're a Vatican II ecumenist?
Well, no, because I wouldn't want to have ecumenism with Jews or Muslims or Protestants. Maybe Anglican if they were more conservative and they were willing to, you know, concede sort of the claims of Catholicism and also of Orthodoxy, because obviously there's overlap.
Okay, but you understand that the basis is the same, because if we're talking about the same God, because the terms are the same, then the same goes for natural theology, a la Nostra Aetate and Vatican II.
So yeah, all I can say is that if there are Catholics who are still committed to the project, which they are committed to the project of ecumenism with Jews and Muslims.
Okay, but the project of ecumenism is based on Roman Catholicism's doctrine of natural theology, a la Nostra Aetate, and, you know, everything from John Paul II to Thomas Aquinas, and their writings on it.
Yeah, I know. Last time we were able to briefly discuss the fact.
Well, you asked me a whole bunch of questions, so now I'm asking you that question.
Yeah,
is that not true? Is that not the case?
No, I think you're right. I think but I would say that natural theology is a valid move to make. I wouldn't take it.
Okay, so why is it wrong to then say that when a Muslim calls upon God, it's the same God as when a Christian calls upon God, because it's the Abrahamic faith, because that's what Nostra Aetate and Vatican II documents say. So why is it an invalid move? It's just consistent natural theology.
So again, just like you say, Jay, I can't judge people's hearts. I can't judge people's internal.
We're not judging hearts. We're judging the theological public statements.
But you were making reference to a Muslim somewhere, just a hypothetical Muslim.
No, I'm talking about Nostra Aetate.
I've read, now is where you'll have to school me on my own theology, because I've read Lumen Gentium, I've read De Verbum, I've read Sacrosanctum.
Okay, you haven't read the 5-page most important one on on the very thing we're talking about?
Yeah, I have to admit I haven't read Nostra Aetate.
Okay. Well, you should read that, because it's the one that points out what I'm talking about. So, Muslim, but I mean, Benedict says this in his books. I mean, it shouldn't be that far from. Come on, man, you know this. The basis for what's the basis for building the Abu Dhabi Faith Center?
No, it's awful. Yeah.
No, what's the basis for it? I'm not asking what you like it or not. What's the basis?
Well, you're going to say that the basis is natural theology, I would assume.
I don't say that. Your popes say that. What are you talking about?
Well, if yeah, I mean, if Benedict made some statement that you know Aquinas, like the natural theology of Aquinas,
what do you think natural theology is? Maybe we have a different idea of what we're talking about.
Natural theology is reasoning from created things to God.
More specifically, that's part of it. But what is it defined everywhere as? It's not just from creatures, because everybody could say we reason from creatures to God. What's the specific definition as to what it is? This is Fides et Ratio, John Paul II's definition. This is William Lane Craig's definition. It's all the same. What is it?
I guess you could say
it's reasoning about God without any reference to divine revelation. So specifically reasoning about God without divine revelation is the definition of natural theology. So the basis then of Thomas Aquinas' natural theology, whereby in Summa Contra Gentiles book 1, he argues that Aristotle and all the classical theists are arguing for the same generic God. Is that natural theology? Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair, yeah.
Okay, so classical theism is the expression of natural theology, whereby, according to, say, Dr. Ed Fazer, classical theism is the God of Aristotle, Averroes, Aquinas, Plotinus, and Augustine to express the unity and absolute simplicity of God and the being the first mover.
Yeah, and I wouldn't agree with certain ideas about absolute simplicity. So where
So wait a minute, but that's classical theism. So
I could agree insofar as they say, well, God is not composed of parts, and then I would go to agree with you that distinctions
okay,
distinction
but we're talking about just how they generically define what classical theism is. So you disagree with Phaser, who is a typical common Catholic expresser of natural theology?
What do you think I disagree with him about?
Well, he just said the God of Averroes, Aquinas, Augustine, Plotinus, Aristotle, Averroes, Muslim.
So thank you for pronouncing his name, because I never knew how. I think that these various people can reason from creatures or without.
Yeah, but that's not what's in question. The question is, are we having the same referent when we refer to the one God? Because the basis of Vatican II's ecumenism via its documents, expressed by people like John Paul II and many other Roman Catholic theologians, is that we are calling upon the same Unitarian God, because Abraham worshipped a Unitarian God, Jews believe in a Unitarian God, and Muslims believe in a Unitarian God. So therefore, we're all worshiping the same Unitarian God. Let me ask, is that how almost all Roman Catholics argue their natural theology? Is it?
I'm sure a lot of them do, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, who doesn't? Name one that doesn't.
Yeah, I might not be able to.
Okay, well, there's not any that I'm aware of. I've never heard of one, because it would be denying their basic anthropology and their natural theology. I mean, classical theism is bound up with natural theology. So you're disagreeing with, again, things that are pretty standard Roman Catholic theology.
Well, and again, I would agree that it's that natural theology is a valid move. I would just, there are details about where you go with that.
Okay, how is it a valid move when it's doing the very things that I'm talking about?
Well, you don't have to build an Abu Dhabi center just because you recognize that Muslims can pray to God. Like somebody who has no.
Let's make it very simple. Do Muslims and Jews also share the same Abrahamic God as we do? That's the argument. That's the basis for it.
Muslims refer to, and I've listened to your debates with Muslims, which they're very. I love those debates. By the way.
Hold on, but the key here is, what's the Abrahamic God? Is it a Unitarian God?
So, but let me.
No, what do you mean? But is it or what's the Abrahamic God? It's either the triad, which every Orthodox person knows from the meal with Abraham icon,
right?
Or it's a generic Unitarian deity of natural theology. So did Abraham worship the Trinity? Did he know Jesus? Or was he worshiping, as Trent Horn says, expressing natural theology, a generic Unitarian God?
So I agree with the triad, but
no, that's not the question. Why are you being evasive? What did Abraham know and worshipped? I didn't ask you if you believe in the Trinity. What did Abraham know and worship? What does Jesus say Abraham knew and worshipped?
Oh, hold on, Jay. Let me propose something to you. So,
no, you keep answering with these hypotheticals. So you asked me about 50 questions. I answered all your questions about ecclesiology and canons. Why won't you answer these natural theology questions? Why are you being evasive?
I think so. God is who He is in His own nature.
That's not. Come on, we didn't ask you that. You're being evasive. You're being sophistical. Who did Abraham worship? Did Abraham know that he was worshiping Jesus?
I don't know whether or not he had a concept of the Logos. I can't answer that question.
How does Jesus answer that? Have you read the Gospels? How does Jesus answer that? Abraham saw my day. He worshipped me. Who did Jesus have a meal with? Abraham. Have you read Genesis?
No, I agree with that.
And so you're saying that Abraham didn't know Jesus, even though Jesus says in the book of John that Abraham knew him. So you see where the natural theology leads you? It leads you to this stupid stuff. I'm not being mean to you. I'm not saying you're stupid. This idea is stupid. And it's so fundamentally contrary to everything that Christianity argues, that Abraham worshipped the triad, had a meal with Jesus, that every Orthodox person knows by looking at that icon. That icon shows us that it's Jesus that he's having a meal with. It's Jesus eating with Moses when Moses goes up on the mountain and he has the meal. Everybody knows that. And yet, Roman Catholics have to sit here and tell us, like they're Muslims or Jews, no, Abraham maybe didn't know it. It was a generic Unitarian God. How do you have a meal with a generic Unitarian God? You understand the theology denies the theophanies.
Okay, so I want to respond to you, Jay. I think Abraham had, like a vital, direct experience of God that most of us have no.
There's no such thing as a generic experience of God. It was the it's the face.
Hold on, Jay.
It's not generic. It's explained in the New Testament for you. He says, Paul. Who does Paul say? Moses saw face to face. Generic essence? Did he see generic essence, or did he see Jesus face to face?
Jay.
Don't say my name. I'm asking you a question. Who does Paul say in 2 Corinthians 3? Who did Moses see?
But okay.
Who did Moses see? Can you answer this question and stop evading? Don't say my name and say I'm being mean to you. What does 2 Corinthians 3? What does 2 Corinthians 3 say? You don't know? Do you want me to pull it up? Who did Moses see on the mountain? Is it a mystery? I wonder who. When Moses went up on the mountain, when his face was shining, do you remember who does Paul say he saw?
Yes, the Logos. I agree.
No,
with you,
Jesus. So it's not. Oh, well, they didn't know it's Jesus in the Old Testament. They thought it was the Logos is Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. There you go. Therefore, natural theology and Nostratate are wrong.
So, and
I mean, the thing that you're having to prop up this entire time shows the point. Just like the debate with Trent. You're doing the exact same thing Trent had to try to do. Make Moses and Abraham into Unitarians.
No, well, that's not what I want to do.
Right, because it's contrary to what's obvious to all of us as Christians, that they're Trinitarians in an implicit way. They don't have to have the Nicene definition of the Trinity to know that there's Yahweh who sends his angel, the Lord, and his Spirit.
Right, and what I'm saying is that the experience that Abraham had transcends our manner of conceptualizing his direct experience of God.
Well, however it transcends or doesn't transcend, we know that the New Testament identifies Abraham as believing in Jesus.
Right. This is
so it's not Unitarianism a la natural theology. And you understand that many of the apologists for natural theology have consistently argued, like Aquinas did, that the Old Testament teaches a generic Unitarian God, and then the New Testament teaches a new revelation of Jesus' divinity and Trinity. Okay? But what I'm saying is correct, that's wrong.
And Jay, I agree with you that the Trinity.
Well, then you don't believe in Vatican II and Nostratate.
So, and again, you can kick me off anytime you want. I'm not trying to make you
mad. Now it sounds like to me like you want me to kick you off so I look like a bad guy.
No, because I think I might be bothering you at this point is the only thing.
Everybody knows I get heated in debates. I'm not mad or bothered by you.
Okay. So, whenever you debate Muslims and you say that the triad is revealed in the Old Testament, all of that is excellent. And the only thing that I'm saying is,
But that also refutes what you guys argue. That refutes Thomism and natural theology. Because that's premised on the Old Testament not teaching a triad, but teaching a generic unity, which we can all get behind.
What I'm wondering is, in your view, is it possible for somebody who's never been exposed to the Christian revelation, is it possible for a person like that to have some interaction with God within their own
How does that relate to that? What does that have to do with this?
Well, I think it does have to do with it.
Okay, how? But what? What does that have to do with this?
It has to do with the claim of natural theology in specific, because natural theology is making reference, is saying, as people who have the use of reason and access to the created world, who can reason from created things to God, this is a process that many people would have gone through. Many people necessarily would have to go through, absent the Christian revelation, in order to have some access to the divine life, to have some...
Yeah, but you're missing the point, which is the great point that Lofsky makes, which is that you're just assuming that there's some kind of revelation of God that comes to us apart from the Trinity. Like, I can get to God as a generic essence, and then later on I can tack on deity of Christ or Trinity. And what we're saying is, no, it's the opposite. So anybody who has an extra normative, extraordinary revelation in this way, it would still be ultimately a triadic Christological revelation that they're getting. So I don't have a problem with saying that Christ can appear to people in his own unique way and introduce them to his mystical body in an extraordinary way. But that doesn't in any way prove natural theology. It has nothing to do with natural theology. That can just as easily fit into my model.
Well, no, and I'm not referring to extraordinary experience, but for most of us, the spiritual life is very subtle. It's very dry. It's there aren't visions and ecstasies that are attendant upon it. It's just very subtle intuitions, very subtle. We have a sense of God in prayer. It's like
What does this have to do with the question of natural theology?
Well, I'm getting there, and so what I'm saying is, people who have existed throughout history, absent the Christian revelation, have this is the sort of, I think people throughout history, this is their only way of access to God is through a subtle experience within their own soul. It doesn't have to be ecstatic or visionary. All I'm saying is that God, these people have had some access to the divine life, or else they couldn't. Their souls couldn't be.
Yeah, but again, that doesn't prove natural theology. It has nothing to do with. I mean, I can fit that into my model because I'm saying that the only way into divine life is to be introduced to the divine persons that have that divine life, and that means that it's immediately triadic. There is no generic God that you have access to apart from Trinity. The only way that we know God is the way that the Creed announces God. I believe in God the Father Almighty. It doesn't say I believe in one generic natural theology essence that we all worship, and also this Trinity that I tack on top of that. It says I begin with, so the monarchy of the Father is the only God that exists. And Jesus says that the only way to that Father is through him. So I could say very easily that, yeah, God can introduce himself to pagan people that have never heard the gospel, but it's still the personal triadic God. It's not an absolutely simple essence that these people reasoned up to through.
Yes. Well, this is where we're getting to a good part, Jay. I think where it's a part of substance here, because I agree with you here. But these people, these pagans, they're not. Most of them are not getting revelation where there's a concept that enters their mind where they know that the truth of the triadic God, or there's not a vision.
No, but I'm saying that before they're entered into the presence of God, they are at some point shown that. So if it's on their deathbed and they're shown that, that's possible. But no, I don't think they're coming to the Trinity from staring at rocks and trees. No.
No, but up to that point, they can still have some experience of God, absent any visionary experience of the Trinity or absent any concept of the Trinity. They can still have, while they're living.
But you're missing the point that in Orthodox theology, conceptualizing about God from the created order is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is not itself the experience of God. God is not a created concept or thing.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you. And this is, I think...
Okay, so then you're admitting my point that when they do begin to have the experience of God himself, the only way to have that experience is if it's triadic.
Yes, that direct, vital experience, sort of mystical experience, if you want, yes, it would be triadic. But prior to that point, which most people are nowhere near that point, I know I'm not, and we're speaking about pagans who have no access to divine revelation. What they're going on is a kind of nominal interaction with God in their own souls. They're reasoning from created things to a God.
And none of that is the experience of God.
Right, but God is still communicating with them. He's still moving in their lives.
Yeah, but God is communicating at that level with everybody, even atheists.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so by that argument, atheists are also directly experiencing God. They're not.
No, I'm not saying it's a direct experience of God, but based on this personal trajectory of.
Okay, so but the point is that that's good and well, but that's not the experience of God. And the only way to have the divine life is to experience God. So you're confusing, again, created categories with the divine life.
All I'm saying is that people who are working up to the experience of God on that nominal basis, and I'm not any kind of reference to nominalism, obviously, but on that nominal basis, people reasoning to God prior to that experience, I think those reasonings are on some level valid. You know, they're receiving intuitions from God.
Yeah, but that's still not natural theology.
Well, how is it not?
Because the created concepts are still pointing us to the uncreated. So if we never get past the created concepts, it's not really doing us any good. Now, we don't know from God's vantage point when he's interacting with and how he's interacting with those people in their hearts, in their nous. We don't know that. I can't see that. So can I say that God hasn't in some way introduced himself to a pagan who, died without hearing the gospel? I don't know that. It's possible that God can do that. But I'm not told that. But what I am told is that the only way to be saved is to be joined to the mystical body and to know God personally. And so if God has extraordinary means by which he does that, he can do that. But that doesn't mean that I grant that there's all this natural because all the other stuff goes along with it, right? Natural theology is a package deal with all this other stuff that we're talking about. It's not a thing where you get to pick and choose and say, well, I don't agree with the classical theism side of natural theology, and I don't like the Muslims being able to do it, and because everything that you just said would apply in the Vatican II natural theology argumentation, even more so to the Muslim. The Muslim is arguing better than the pagan is in the Vatican II mindset. So what you're saying contradicts when you earlier said that I don't want Muslims to be a part of this equation here. But pagans are, but not Muslims?
Well, not pagans who. I'm referencing people who, people in history who had no access to the gospel. Obviously, God is going to judge.
Yeah, but you said earlier that Muslims are not part of this equation.
I don't think they should be part of the Christian, in the context of Christian ecumenism. No, I don't think they should be part of that.
But you don't understand that it's the same basis of generic theism? The same generic God. Let me give an example. So in Nostra Aetate, it says that Hindus call upon, quote, God in love, right? And then it goes on to say, with the same terminology, Muslims also call upon God like Christians do. So the idea here is that Muslims, Hindus, Christians, everybody is calling upon the same, quote, God, right? And it even says Hindus have access to and love God. But do we? Right? That's the point. It's not the same God. So in order for that to be the case, it would have to be the same referent. Clearly, it's not the same referent, right, between Muslims, Hindus, and Christians. So how do we make this thing work? And the whole thing is premised on the idea that there's a generic God that we all worship. Why? Because some things we have in common. So, for example, if a Muslim believes in God's unity, I believe in God's unity. If a Hindu believes in some sort of absolute unity, well, then we're all calling on the same God because of these shared traits. But that's a fallacy. That's the quantifier shift fallacy, right? So let's make this into a really just clear logical argument. In the quantifier shift fallacy, the argument goes, I have one mother, you have one mother, Bob has one mother, we all have one mother, therefore we have the same mother. That's the quantifier shift fallacy. So how is natural theology not the quantifier shift fallacy? Just to make this very clear.
It's a difficult question. I would want to say, and come down hard on me for any fallacies, but I would want to say that because the Muslim has some partial concept of God,
But the Hindu does too.
Yeah, and Jay, that's something I could talk about more extensively because I haven't read the Quran, but I've read a lot of the Vedantic literature, and some of that is really interesting. Although it can, for an ill-trained.
So what now? So now Hindus are higher on the scale, closer to us than the Muslims are. What's the point of that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I shouldn't even go there. I haven't read the Quran, but I definitely find some of the Vedantic literature to be at least interesting, and I don't really want to get into that though.
Okay, so back to the quantifier shift fallacy. So is natural theology quantifier shift fallacy or not, and if not, why?
So So I can respond to you more clearly. Give me the example or the syllogism one more time.
I have one mother. You have one mother. Bob has one mother. Therefore, we all have the same mother.
Okay. So
Muslims believe in one God. Hindus believe in one God. Christians believe in one God. Therefore, we all believe in the same God.
Right. So obviously, there are attributes of God in excess of His unity that Muslims would hold in common with Christians.
Right. So the argument then assumes a lowest common denominator of attributes, that because we have 1, 2, 3 in common, then we're talking about the same referent, even though every one of us believes. Just take it, for example, Basil's arguments with, say, Eunomius. When Eunomius says, I believe in Father, Son, Holy Spirit, it's just not a Trinity, right? So we have the same application to Basil versus Eunomius as we could have with any of these analogies here. Does Basil think that he and Eunomius worship the same God?
No.
Okay. So if that's the case, when you could say that Eunomius is basically like an Arian or a Muslim, how are we going to turn around and say that, well, in the case of the Muslim, the Hindu, the Christian, the Jew, we're all worshiping the same God?
So I wouldn't, with the concept of having the same referent, I see your point, and I wouldn't necessarily want to make that claim. The claim I would want to make is that if the Muslim or the Vedantic philosopher has some partial concept of God and His nature, and that leads him into a life of contemplation where he's maybe disposing himself more readily.
Okay, but you already said we don't know that, right? You already said you can't really judge that, right? So the fact that one individual guy, in your theory, can have this mystical experience, like, does that then mean that therefore all of the public religions and their public professions are therefore a valid path? Because that's the very argumentation of Nostra Aetate. And now the Catholic Church is no longer necessary because the Hindu also has a direct access to God.
Yeah, I would. And again, now I need to read Nostra Aetate because I didn't know the claims were so strong. But shoot. You're right. I can't know what is.
Yeah, and if you can't know, then it doesn't really function as a good argument for saying that these religions are all publicly professing the same deity. So, I mean, I can pull up Nostra Aetate here for you or for the audience. It's not very long. It's only like 5 pages, but
I remember. I've at least read the opening paragraph. I think it says something to the effect of many religions, though,
Well, I mean, it says the church esteems the Muslims. They adore the one God living and subsisting in Himself, the creator of heaven and earth, who has spoken to men. Now, this is all, like, again, ridiculously giving credence to the Quran, which is a ridiculous book. And then it says that Muslims take pains to submit to the God of Abraham, just as Abraham did. The whole thing here is premised on the idea being that we worship the same God as the Muslims. I just read paragraph 3 to you, right? Okay. Which is not true, because Jesus says very clearly, if you reject the Son, you don't have the Father. And Paul says very clearly that the only way to be Abraham's seed is in Christ. This document says Muslims are Abraham's seed. They're not. And then we go down and it says, I was going to read the Hindu quote. It says, religions that are bound up with an advanced culture have struggled to answer the same questions by means of refined concepts and developed language. Thus, in Hinduism, so we're not talking about individuals, we're talking about in the religion, men contemplate the divine mystery and express it through inexhaustible abundance of myths and through searching for philosophical inquiry. They seek freedom from the anguish of our human condition through ascetic practices and in profound meditation, a flight to God, capital G, our God. Likewise, Buddhism. Let's see. In its various forms, realizes radical insufficiency of the changeable world. It teaches that men in a devout and confident spirit can attain to perfect liberation, or by their own efforts, supreme illumination. Likewise, other religions, right, seek to counter the restlessness of their human heart, each in their own ways, with sacred rites. And then it goes on to say that the Catholic Church rejects nothing in these religions that is true and holy. But you see that this ambiguity here has already kind of given way to the idea that, well, but they can have these direct mystical experiences even within Hinduism, which, again, the danger is that it's based on the natural theology that we're all calling upon the same God. The Hindu is not calling upon the true God in love. No Christian can say that. It doesn't say in spite of Hinduism. The text says in Hinduism men do this. So again, I would agree that if the text said, you could maybe justify it by saying that if the text said something like, in Hinduism men believe this, yet in spite of this, God can still reach these people or something like that. That's not what it says. It says in Hinduism, men contemplate divine mystery, express it in their myths, and they seek through their meditation a flight to capital G God with love and trust.
So would you make any distinction between this kind of theism based on superstition and the kind of theism which is maybe the philosophical product of a philosophical process, a reasoning through didactic methods? Would you see any distinction between that? Maybe like between the Hindu.
All right, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm going to move on. We've talked for a long time. Maybe there's a distinction, but I mean the document talks about advanced cultures versus, I guess, non-advanced. But no, I mean this is getting way off into the weeds. It's not even staying on track. I'm not trying to be mean to you. Great conversation. Enjoyed your questions. Great heated discussions. Not mad at you, but I'm going to end it there just because it will never stop talking about Nostra Aetate and Vatican II. So here we got another TRD Cat. Well, that guy was not technically TRD Cat, but go ahead, TRD Cat. Unmute. Thought we were going to have a lot of atheists calling in, but we ended up getting more Catholics. And are you going to talk? Trad Catholic C? So this is the online Twitter C, right? The Apostolic C on Twitter here. Are you going to unmute? You've been sitting there waiting. Look at that. The Trad Catholic C. So if Roman Catholics, if you're a trad and you're looking for an online episcopate to align yourself with, here's an online C, the online episcopate. And no, they're not going to say anything. So we're going to move on. And there's still like 20 people in here. John Smith, is this our original atheist engineer? You going to come back and set me straight? He went and Googled what a transcendental argument was.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, well, I can't talk long because it's really late where I am, but I wanted to ask you what your view on the Synod of Jerusalem 1672 was, and specifically the Confession of Dositheus.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the Latin language. It doesn't bother me at all. I think that it's expressing to an audience with a lot of Latin mindset the Orthodox ideas. So a lot of people get hung up on the terminology. It doesn't bother me.
Well, for example, I was reading, and maybe this is just my poor interpretation, but it seemed like it would cancel out the reading of the Orthodox Study Bible for laymen without, like the priest needs to be there while you're reading it or something.
Yeah, I don't think we have to have these like legalistic readings. Like you literally cannot read the book without a priest being present. I mean, it's like the canons, right? The canons are authoritative, but they still require interpretation. So no, I don't think we have to literally not read our Bibles unless a priest is present. But I mean, if your conscience is bothered by that, you can always have your priest around or something when you read your Bible. But I think that was intended to combat, Protestant ideas, right? So they're expressing the Orthodox position both to a Western Catholic mindset and to a Protestant mindset. And the point of that is to say that no, it's we shouldn't have Protestant printers printing up their own translations of the Bible for everybody to read that aren't approved. But John Chrysostom says countless times that everybody should be reading the scriptures. In fact, he says laity have more of a duty to read the scriptures than the priests and bishops and the monastics. He says they need it more than the monastics do. So, yeah, a lot of people get stumped on kind of these, like, when they come into Orthodoxy or when they're new to it, and they find a quote. And there's all these idiots on Twitter quote mining and just constantly pasting stuff to confuse everybody. So, look, don't listen to people on Twitter that won't tell you who their priests are or who blessed them to teach. That's one easy way to avoid a lot of this, is to just not listen to the people on Twitter who spam stuff and are anonymous and don't have any clear public support from anybody except for their anonymous priest that they can't tell you because it would dox them. Yeah, right. Well, it doesn't work that way. You don't publicly teach as an anonymous profile on Twitter. And so everybody who chooses to not listen to anonymous profiles will have a lot better experience, I can guarantee you. Let's see. I always know these. Let's see. We got Kenotic. He's been waiting a long time. So Kenotic, what's up?
Hello?
What's up?
Hey, yeah, so there's like a delay when you turned on my mic. Yeah, I just had a question. I noticed you have, Christos Ybarra, the author?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you have him on your recommendations, but there's a book called The Freedom of Morality. Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah, I remember recommending his book specifically because of divine simplicity, but he also teaches things that I would not recommend. So, yeah, I should probably delete that guy from the recommended reading.
Well, you had something about Christology on there, not this one, but I think I bought it. And then was he like affiliated with Freemasonry?
He could be. I don't know if he is. I just know that basically he ended up adopting some pretty kind of liberal, I want to say maybe even Origenist Universalist type ideas, which probably led into weird moral stuff. I don't know if he was a Mason or not. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, well, either way, he did. There was something in the first chapter that I'm not sure if you'll agree with, but it did make me ask a question. But he's basically saying, like, God's not an essence or just a prime mover in energy, but he's a person first. I think you'll agree with that. And then he's talking about, like, God, what the person of the Father is, and it gets confusing for me. It says, when the Christian revelation declares that God is love, and he cites 1 John 4:16, it's not referring to one among many properties of God's behavior. I guess he means an energy, but to what God is as the fullness of Trinitarian and personal communion. And then he identifies love is he identifies love with, like, God's being, or the Father's being, which is the freedom of love. Like, kind of getting the same thing.
Yeah, there's a really good critique of his mistake on this position from Ludovicos. So if you look up Nicholas Ludovicos' critique of Ybarra, it is specifically on that point, because he basically thinks that God's personhood somehow means that he must go outside the bounds of his essence, which is ridiculous. So I remember I read this book, Person and Eros, and there's some good critiques of divine simplicity and Western theology, but I would definitely say that he goes too far, and that Ludovicos' critique is correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it did make me wonder about freedom, though, because is freedom still an energy?
Well, free will is a faculty of nature that God has. So God can freely do anything within the confines of his nature. And I think the mistake those guys do is they kind of go crazy with this existentialist idea that freedom must also mean that you can go beyond or outside your nature, which I think is just ridiculous. And so I think they're influenced by Originism and maybe existentialism. That Ludovicos points out. So anyway, yeah, I think you have to be careful with some of these modern theologians for sure. So, but he does have good critiques of ADS. So thank you for that. Good questions there. I'm going to move on though. Arca Virago. What's up, Arca Virago? Yeah, I probably should take that recommendation down. I think I had that up there for a long time, from like 10 years ago. Go ahead.
Is it me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay. How you doing?
Well, how are you?
I'm pretty good, I suppose. Well, I'll just get right to it, not beat around the bush. So, have you read Joseph Atwill's Caesar's Messiah? And I'm really focused on the pre-ecumenical councils right now and trying to understand the really early stuff. Have you read that, and what merits do you see in that?
So no, I've not read his book. I met him one time at Gaia because he showed up because they were doing an interview with him separately the same day that I was there. I've heard his arguments for many, many years. I've been in debates. I did a debate. One of my first online debates was with a guy who is a proponent of his views. I forget that guy's name. But, and I'm not trying to be rude or mean to you or anything, but I think just out of hand, it's absurd. And it's very easy to refute.
Well, okay, that's fair enough, but I would say, what kind of textual sources, so I've heard you sort of refer to, the formation, because I fell for the, sort of the Dan Brown, the councils of Nicaea chose the books, which isn't true, for a while there.
Right, and this stuff's not true either, so.
Yeah, but my question is, what are good sources for textual analysis of the early writings and their actual writers? And there's a name for that where you analyze it in the scholarly fashion.
Called textual criticism. So you could read F.F. Bruce's book on the New Testament documents. It's a little, 150-page book. New Testament documents and their reliability. He's an evangelical scholar who's good on that topic. Craig Blomberg has a book on the Gospels and their authenticity and authorship. But I mean, you can also just literally look at the church fathers of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century, and you can go through as you read them and see how they're citing the texts. And sometimes they cite a lot of texts, which shows us that they were reading the Bible the same way that Nicaea and post-Nicene fathers read the Bible. So when you read a giant book like Irenaeus' Against Heresies from about 180 AD, if you look at all the texts that he cites, I mean, he cites what amounts to pretty sizable portions of the Bible and the New Testament in particular. So you can actually kind of reconstruct just from, say, patristic sources prior to Nicaea, very expansive interpretations of and citations of the text. So, for example, Ambrose, Clement, Cyprian, Irenaeus, Justin Martyr, even Tertullian, who, even though we don't agree with Tertullian, if you look at the voluminous writings of Tertullian and all the different sources that he's citing, and the same with Origen, even the heretics like Tertullian and Origen, they actually become very powerful sources and attestation to the historicity and early accuracy of these manuscripts. So those are some examples.
Well, thank you for that list. I didn't get all of them typed, but that's a good start. And to transition just a little bit further, so I really see a lot of the continuation of the Mithraic and other mystery schools in a sort of hidden way through the subsumption of the various religions into the empire. So how do you square the pretty obvious stuff that's associated with the Vatican?
Right. What happens a lot of times when people look at comparative religion, they often engage in a kind of word concept fallacy, which goes beyond words and written text. It actually spills over into interpreting religious symbols and religious rites. And so if there's a similarity, they will kind of jump to the conclusion that they must be the same, or there must be some super religion which is controlling them, or deeply they're really this, and there might be situations where, let's say, Rome conquers a culture, they take their gods into their pantheon. So sometimes that can kind of happen. But there's a really good non-Christian comparative religion scholar. I think his name's Hans Leisegang. And he wrote a really good essay. I'm trying to think of where I've got it. Actually showing that it's actually not the case that the Mithraic rites are similar to Christianity. In fact, they're vastly different in very significant ways. And I want to get you that. So hold on just one second. Let me find that book and essay for you, because it's very relevant to what you're talking about. He's not a Christian. He's just like a regular.
Yeah, I see all the German versions, but I don't know which one.
What?
I see his German books, but I don't know which one you're referring
to.
No,
so there's an issue of the Eranos yearbooks, which is like Carl Jung and all these people have. A lot of these essays are really cool. I've read a lot of them over the years. I've got 4 or 5 from that series. But let me play this ad real quick, and then I will find that book and get right back to you. Can you hold on just one second?
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So remember, guys, that I want to remind you that we do have a show sponsor. Show sponsor is chalk.com, so be sure and head over to the sponsor, which is in the show description there. It's linked as chalk.com. Use the promo code J50, and I want you to watch this amazing Bayes Trad ad.
I want to show off something.
Chad Mode is your ultimate natural pre-workout, designed to take your performance to the next level. Chad Mode is for natty beast alphas only. Whether you're hitting the gym, invading a favela, conquering a small village, gambling, burning the midnight oil, mogging on your coworkers, or getting banned from Facebook, Chad Mode gives you the competitive edge you need. It's as simple as mixing 1 or 2 scoops of our fine powder into water or juice, providing you with a delicious, energizing beverage featuring a burst of sweet, organic fruit flavor. Chad Mode will give you the extra edge you desperately crave. Chad Mode stands out from the crowd by excluding artificial flavors, preservatives, sweeteners, and dyes. We've even avoided so-called natural flavors, ensuring a clean and effective formula. Only soy boys and betas guzzle blue dye and sucralose, further tanking their already low testosterone levels. Chad Mode is made in America. Unlike your common TikTok peasant's pre-workout powder, it does not contain Chinese lab-made caffeine and artificial sweeteners that soy boys so often crave. Experience the pure goodness of Chad Mode with Blue Magic registered trademark organic blue spirulina extract, organic lemon, cherry, and organic maple crystals. Forget synthetic caffeine. Embrace the natural power of organic green coffee bean extract. Each dose of Chad Mode mirrors the caffeine kick of a cup and a half of coffee, delivering a surge of energy alongside essential vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal extracts. Chad Mode will allow you to fire your boss and mog on anyone who opposes you. Chad Mode will give you a dominant and aggressive edge, like a lion hunting a gazelle.
I want to show off something that we're all proud of. I got a browser here. This is Jay Dyer's much vaunted, much sought after Philosophy 101. Now, he just got this page up. We are just testing it out. You guys are some of the first people in the world to see it. I want to say, for my part, it's not Philosophy 101. I think this is a mistitling. I really think of it as like Philosophy Unleashed. Because a Philosophy 101 course, they give you kind of some useless information that you can't make sense of. Jay actually lays out over 12 weeks, dozens and dozens of hours put into just the presentation of this, let alone the hundreds and thousands of hours of research that it takes to have a coherent evolution and history of the origins of philosophy, the uses of philosophy, the different ways to look at it over time, and how that has been brought about to what we have today, which is almost an absence of philosophy on the objective logic and reason side, and an overabundance of woke philosophy that is irrational and is made up day by day as people are like, I think we should bring racism back. And then here's a justification. And then it gets wokeified and spread out. And then all of a sudden you have a bunch of communist, socialist ideas where you become the property in action. You need to be able to stand your own ground. It helps to have a foundation in philosophy.
Oh yeah, I apologize. I'm muted because of tinkling. I didn't want to have a Vivek Ramapipi incident where y'all heard me going TT on the live stream, so I muted it. But basically, there was just a live stream, or there was a super chat from Metal Ass Hornlord, $1. Thank you so much. Luke Plays Drums, $10. Says he was converted to Orthodoxy. Thank you so much. Luke Plays Drums. Philip since $3. BMX since $10. Okay, I missed one. I missed a couple here. Wait a minute. No, I missed several super chats. Petty since $10 says, engineering dude sounds like he used chegg.com instead of chalk.com. Keep it up, Jay. I don't know what Chegg is, but yeah, we need to get over here to the chalk.com. Dr. Chillin, $5. Jay, what would you say to somebody who says that Third Maccabees wasn't used by Jews, therefore it's not canonical? So again, that has nothing to do with the canon, right? Like, we don't determine the canon just on the basis of what supposedly Palestinian Jews determined the canon on. So that's a Protestant presupposition. By the way, I loved your Bryson Gray impression. Fallacy. What that is. Thank you, Dr. Chillin. Storm the Cat, can you do a stream on the whole thing? On what whole thing? So, going back to your previous super chat. I don't see it. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the... Sorry, I don't remember. There's like a million things going on at once. Stream what whole thing? I don't know what you mean. Moonbeaver Bussy, $1. I've been reading and watching Orthodox stuff. I was having a hard time understanding it. About prayers to saints. Why would you do this when you can pray directly to God? Thank you for your laughs. Well, the same reason that we don't think it odd to ask our friends and family members to pray for us, even though we could just directly pray to God, right? So why are you asking your friends at church to pray for you? Couldn't you just pray to God directly? Yeah, but we also, want to get other people praying. Pseudo Prosciutto, $5. I have a friend who's confessional Lutheran, but there's little information about them online. There's little information. There should be a lot of information on Lutherans online. I mean, I would think. So I don't know where you're looking, but what are some good critiques? Well, just read something like Rock and Sand, or you could get any of my books critiquing, or my red book critiquing Protestantism. Let's see. Gary sends $50. Wow, thank you, Gary. A big fat super chat. Appreciate that. Let's see. Got anybody who's been waiting for a long time? I'm sure we do. There have been like 20 people. I've never had this many requests, so this is kind of crazy. Let's see. AJ Barker. He's been waiting. What's on your mind, AJ?
You got me?
Yeah, what's up?
Jay, my name's AJ. I'm actually a mutual friend of Tim Gorin's. Gone on his show probably five or six times, and definitely just appreciate your work. But I thought
Okay.
Maybe pick your brain over the Trinity from a.
Okay.
I understand it from a Thomistic perspective, so I just kind of thought maybe try and lay it out and hear any takes you'd have or disagreements on. Obviously the big Orthodox one seems to be the filioque clause, proceeding from the Father and the Son.
Well, I think that actually the doctrine of divine simplicity, as it's defined in Thomism, is actually the basis for the filioque. So, the starting point of the difference, I would argue, between us is whether we begin our Trinitarian theology with generic theism and the speculations about the attributes of the first cause, or whether we begin with the personhood of the Father, the monarchia of the Father. So I'm going to start. Let me start my proposition or my argument by saying. Let me start it by saying that I think the first point of disagreement isn't filioque or energies per se, but where we start our order of theology, and I'm going to argue that the Cappadocian order of theology, just like the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed says, is the person of God the Father, and by extension, the monarchia of God the Father. That's where I started.
Okay, so by person, are we talking a subsistent relation?
No.
In the Father, are you familiar with what I'm getting at?
And Orthodox theology explicitly rejects the idea that's a Thomistic idea or Augustinian idea, that person is relation, persona et relatio. Persona is the individual subject or agent. It is not a relation. A relation is a relation. It's not a person. I relate to my Father.
Right.
Let me finish. Right. I relate to my Father by being the son of my Father, but that relationship does not define the substance or essence of J.
Right. So do you guys work out from Boethius' definition of a person? An individual substance of a rational nature?
No.
Okay.
Well, we don't necessarily have a problem with saying it that way, but again, all of our Trinitarian theology comes out of Constantinople I and the Cappadocians, and particularly it would be like, letter 38 of Basil, which is actually the letter that people think is Nissa's. It's not Basil's, but it's attributed to Basil, where he makes the distinction between nature and person. It's a famous letter. The orations of Gregory Nazianzus, which really stress the monarchy of the Father. So person is subject or agent that has the nature. It is not a relation. A relation is something that pertains to that person, but it doesn't define person.
Yeah. So if you have subject or nature that has the relation.
No. Subject is, for us, subject corresponds to person or hypostasis. Nature is the essence that person has.
And so that's what's shared between the three in Orthodoxy.
Sure.
Is the nature.
Which is communicated from the Father to the Son via generation. So the Son has his essence from the Father, communicated from the Father to the Son in the action of eternal generation.
Yeah, and is that the generation, at least analogously, of the intellect, which would be the generation of the concept?
So,
sorry.
So it's true that Tertullian makes this argument, and sometimes there are analogies that are made, but these analogies that are psychological analogies might be helpful, but we don't start our Trinitarian theology from the analogy. So I would say that even though you'll find Orthodox theology or Eastern Church Fathers at times speaking in that way, it's more of a Latin idea to say that I could define hypostasis via psychological analogy. So no, we start with the revelation of the person of the Father as the monarchia, and these are the terms that Basil and the
I don't know the term monarchy. I know you've referenced that a few times here.
Okay, so it's very crucial.
Give me a cliff notes on it, but you definitely don't.
Yeah, so I would say it's very crucial. Go watch the interviews that I've done with Dr. Bo Branson. His thesis is on the monarchy of the Father and the Cappadocians, and this is the idea that the Father, the person of the Father, not the divine essence, the person of the Father, who has the divine essence. The divine essence subsists in him. He is the source. When we say monarchia, we're saying that when we're picking out who God is, in the church fathers, even in the New Testament, and according to the creed, we're not typically referring to the divine essence. It's not inappropriate to do that, but most of the time, the theos that is referred to is specifically identified as the hypostasis of the Father. For us, there is one God, the Father, right? Yep. The Father, from whom all good gifts come down to us, the New Testament says, right? So we begin our theology with a person, the hypostasis of the Father, and that means that he is the auto theos, the self-existent one.
Okay.
He is the arche, the fount, the cause, the source, the sole originator. All of these are the terms that the Cappadocians use for the person of the Father. So that, for us, is what we call a hypostatic property that picks him out as his unique hypostasis. So what makes him makes him unique is not merely a relation. It's true that he has a relationship to the Son as Father, but what picks him out, according to the Cappadocians, when they fight with Eunomius and the Arians, is rather his cause role, his arche, monarche. So where we get monarchical Trinitarianism is from the Cappadocians in Constantinople 1, where we call him the monarche of the triad. So we begin with the person of the Father as the sole cause. Pretty much all the rest of our Trinitarian theology will flow from that.
Okay, so it's a distinct characteristic. Is that a fair way to classify it?
Hypostatic property, right? So each of the persons
that's going to distinguish the persons.
Well, it's hypostatic property as they relate to the Father. So hypostatic property of the Father is to be sole cause, monarche, source, etc.
Okay.
And then Spirit and Son, Son and Spirit are going to be distinguished in their own hypostases via their relationship from the Father. So the Son is the eternal Son because he's generated from the Father. The Spirit is the eternal Spirit because he's spirated from the Father. As Basil says, we know that there's a difference between generation and spiration, but what that difference is, we do not know.
Yeah. So if I might, because I'd love to contribute something here to this conversation as well. I mean, first off, really, I appreciate that. And
I'm not cutting you off or not allowing you to contribute.
No, you're not at all. No, you're not at all. I'm saying you just did a lot of legwork right there, and I don't, want to leave you hanging. I'm not saying this to be right.
You can speak as long as you want.
So I'm thinking here, fascinating to me is your regular reference to the transcendental argument, which I really appreciate, and effectively, at least this is the way I've taken it, is that the immateriality of any sort of the basis of any sort of logic, any sort of field of science, that immateriality, that universality has to be anchored in God, because God has to fundamentally be immaterial. And so what's interesting to me is that I actually think Thomas actually gets a level deeper, and I haven't read secondary sources of Thomas on this. I'm one of those weirdos that's just like, no, I'll just read him and try and understand him. But so the way I grasp it, and you could tell me what you think of this, but the way I grasp it is that our intellect is an immaterial faculty. So this isn't going to, I actually don't think, properly speaking, this is going to be an analogy to it, but rather it's going to be an access point to kind of intuiting what God is in that real substantive sense. So for us, we have an immaterial faculty, and that allows us to take material sense data, material information, and pull out an immaterial or infinite universal, because anything that's immaterial is necessarily infinite.
Yeah, it's called abstracting. Thomas talks about it. We abstract the universal from the phantasm. I understand.
Right. And so what's interesting here is that if we have an infinite faculty, its proper object is going to be God. It's necessarily going to have to be God.
The faculty itself is not infinite. Hold on. Our faculty is a created faculty. It has infinite potentialities for what it can abstract, but it itself is not infinite.
Well, see, what I'm equating though is that the immateriality means that it's not made finite by material reality, right? So in that sense, its connatural object is going to be God. Now we're going to understand everything in existence that's not God as a participation in God's actual sort of proper infinity. And now here's the reason I'm bringing this up as the sort of starting point for talking about God, is that in this infiniteness, when God for us, our proper object is God, is the infinite being. Now we're gonna
we're gonna conceptuate or form many ideas about things that are not God, their participations in God. The proper object is God. For God, his concept is going to, in the first instant, sort of eternally, is going to have his proper object as the concept of himself. And that right there is going to be the second person of the Blessed Trinity. All right, so tell me if you want me to recast it or restate it, but
no, I'm aware that so the Cappadocians do at times speak this way, that you can make an analogy between the way that the mind thinks of itself or is self-cognizant, but in God that self-reflection is actually the second person of the Godhead. I mean, I think that there are Eastern Fathers that speak this way at times, but I'm not trying to deflect or whatever, but I'm just wondering, like, what does tag have to do with the Filioque?
No. What the tag is interesting about to me, and I'm not sure that it necessarily ties together with Filioque. I just like your reference to it because it anchors God in that immaterial reality. Here's a slight difference of the analogy, from the analogy point, where I'm not saying that we have a self-reference. I'm saying that the intellect, the human's intellect, proper object is God, and we don't get to apprehend that this side of Earth. That would be the beatific vision, to apprehend God.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask you a question about that point, but go ahead. Finish your point.
Yeah. Okay, so our proper object of our intellect is God, but everything that we're going to conceptuate or form an idea on is going to be something underneath God, a created reality. And so we're only going to sort of relate to it by a participation in its divine, or in the divine infinity. All right? And so what I'm actually saying is that for us, the proper object would be outside of ourselves. It would be God. For God, the proper object is himself. That's going to be the occasion for his conception to actually be terminating in himself. For us, we would never have a conception that would properly terminate in ourselves. We can't even see ourselves as well as God can see us. Right? And so that's going to be to me, that's kind of the profound distinction between the second person of the Blessed Trinity as it would be in God versus our conceptualization, which is only properly speaking a sort of broken analogy, because it can never terminate in ourselves as the object, as the proper object of its formation. For God, the proper object, which is the infinite being himself, is himself. So it terminates in himself. But now we can actually, I can actually begin to intuit why the the Blessed Trinity springs from the Father and the Son. Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
So first of all, for example, Maximus does some of the type of argumentation and speculation that you're talking about.
Sure.
And he agrees that in God's thought, you could say, is in a way a manifestation of the second person of the Trinity, right? Because anything that the Father does is also triadic, and therefore it's done in the Spirit. It's done through the Son and in the Spirit. So this would apply to anything that occurs. But here's the thing. So the process that you've described there derives from divine revelation. There's nothing about natural theology that automatically tells me that must be what's going on in God, because even though I would agree with you that it's true to say that about God and God's intellection and so forth, the only way that I know that or can demonstrate that is actually because of the divine revelation, the triad, which I get in Scripture. I don't get that from the way that Aristotle argues about the first mover, or when I look at the natural world, or when I look at myself and think about how my intellect must be, therefore in God it must be this, this, this. In other words, the arguments that you're making assume a Trinitarian scheme, which does not you don't get that from natural theology. And the other thing you said that I take issue with is that you said that in this life we're reasoning about the creatures, we don't get access to God. The reason I stressed at the beginning that we have to begin our Trinitarian theology with the person of the Father is that when God appears in the burning bush in Exodus 3, if you read Etienne Gilson, and I have Gilson's book over there, he says that when God says I am, it is a statement that I am supreme essence. I am absolute essence. When Palamas exegetes that passage following the Cappadocians, it is not a statement of essence. It is a statement of I am the Father. I am he, personal, right? And it's immediately triadic is what I'm trying to say. So what I'm getting at is that the starting point here is that thinking that we can reason up from created categories to what's going on in the Trinity, which is a natural theology move. But then you're saying that because you said that we don't have access to God in this life, that's beatific vision. Yeah. But then your argument about the intellection being somehow an analogy to what's going on in the Trinity is something that comes from divine revelation about the person of the Father and the Son. So you can't have it both ways. You can't have created categories and intellection about the Trinity and the Triad and this kind of stuff, and also, but you're going to cut us off from direct perception of God in this life. And I'm going to go back to the way that Barlium and Akondinos argue with Palamos, which is in the revelations in the Old Testament when the angel of the Lord appears, is that the Logos or is that a creature?
I've been under the impression that it's the Logos.
Correct. But you understand that the divine simplicity argumentation of Augustine and Aquinas makes them struggle with how that's possible, because how can, to quote Dr. Fazer, an absolutely simple God be in time and space? Because if there's no essence-energy distinction, which Thomism doesn't teach, then you have to say that the theophanies are created things.
Oh, even the theophanies. So I would obviously accept that, Jesus of Nazareth was a created reality that God united himself to. That started in time. But you're saying even
excuse me?
Theophanies,
Whoa.
Yeah.
You just stated Nestorianism. Jesus of Nazareth is a created...
No, the human nature has to be a created person.
Jesus of Nazareth... No. That's Nestorian. That's Nestorianism. Jesus of Nazareth is not a historical being that the Son united to. That's word for word Nestorianism.
Okay, so correct me then.
Jesus of Nazareth is the second person of the Godhead. The only person present in Christ is the Logos, the second person of the God. He's not a historical person that the Logos united himself to.
But in taking on human flesh, it takes it on in time.
Yeah, but the subject, Jesus of Nazareth, is not a human subject or agent. That's Nestorianism.
Okay. So this actually is probably helpful, because I'm in agreement that his person or his hypostasis is the second person of the Blessed Trinity. That's where
Jesus of Nazareth is the second person of the God. There is no human hypostasis.
Okay, so right. No, I agree.
But you said the historic Jesus of Nazareth is who the Son united himself to.
That's right. What Thomas would say is that when St. Paul in his commentary says, Lord, Jesus is Lord, or when he refers to Jesus, he's talking about the human nature. When he refers to Christ, he's talking about the divine nature.
There's only one subject there. No.
Related to
no,
St.
this
Paul.
is called it's called the
here.
Communicatio Idiomatum, and fundamentally Aquinas doesn't disagree with us on this point. So
I'm sure.
The same subject, there's only one agent, subject, or person that's present in every one of Christ's incarnate actions, and that only person, that only subject, is the second person of the Godhead. There's no human hypostasis in Christ at all. That's excluded both at the Fourth Council and at the Sixth Council. The Sixth Council even goes so far as to say that there is no creator hypostasis in Christ.
I agree, but so do you not think that the body is created? I guess that's what I'm now struggling with, because I agree
the second person of the Trinity
is only the second person.
The second person of the Trinity assumed human nature. Of course, the human nature is created. Yep. There's no human person. There's no human hypostasis.
Okay. But I never said. I said. Well.
No, you did. You said.
I said Jesus of Nazareth. I didn't say the person of Jesus of Nazareth.
Yeah, but there is no Jesus of Nazareth as a human subject.
Okay. I would be comfortable that distinction, like I said, because of my reading of Thomas on the
again.
Commentaries. Yeah.
This is
I'd actually like to circle back to the point you made, though,
We will, but this is important because this is the distinction between nature and person. So this is letter 38 of Basil.
Right.
Okay? And the same distinction between nature and person, according to John Damascus in his big Orthodox theology on the Orthodox. Nature and person is the fundamental distinction both in Christology, anthropology, and in Trinitarian theology. So there's a distinction between nature and person in our theology, which Aquinas, I believe, is inconsistent on. Because sometimes he talks like there's a distinction between nature and person, but sometimes he talks as if it's a conceptual distinction. We do not believe it's conceptual. We think there is a real distinction between nature and person, which preserves the real distinction between the persons in the triad as well. So I know that Aquinas says that there is a real distinction between Father and Son, but the distinction between the Father and the essence, he says, if I recall, is conceptual. We disagree. It is not just conceptual, it's also real.
He would say that the real, well, I think, I could definitely be getting Thomas wrong, but that the real distinction would be the persisting relations, that their properties are defined by their relations, and that since those relations subsist and persist in God, they're actual real things. And that's going to be the basis for the real distinction of God the Father from God the Son.
But I'm saying that,
subsisting relations.
I know, but I'm saying that we also believe that there's a real distinction between the Father and the essence, and there's a distinction between the Son and the essence, because the distinction between nature and person is just as real as the distinction between the persons. Just as I'm distinct. I mean, the Cappadocian analogy is literally from the Trinity to humans, and it says, just as I'm the person J who has the human nature that I have, you have human nature in the specific mode that you have it in, right?
Yeah.
That we share a nature, but we're distinct persons. And the Cappadocians say there's an analogy to how it works in the Trinity. The difference, of course, being that we are bodily distinct, discrete beings. The Trinity is not discrete or separated by spatial, temporal existence. There's distinct persons, but a unified essence. But the Cappadocian analogy is the same, which shows that it's a real distinction between nature and person.
This is helpful. I actually want to reference back to, you did a conversation with Tim, maybe the first one you guys did.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you showed a diagram in it. And it had to do with basically this question of the relationship between nature. And you guys are kind of talking about nominalism. I'm fuzzy on it. It was months ago, or maybe a year ago now. I don't know exactly how long ago. But it draws to mind for me where that would be something to touch on, because where you're talking about me as a person, I think you are right that I do conceive of it differently. That while I have the nature, I wouldn't see it as a separate sort of existing thing in me, right?
It's not separate. So for us, real distinctions don't entail composition or division. So a lot of Thomism, a lot of Aquinas argumentation assumes that real distinctions must mean composition, division, separation. Orthodox theology does not believe that, because when the Cappadocians were arguing for the Trinity, they encountered, listen to me guys, because I have to say this over and over and over, even if you disagree, just at least understand this.
Yeah.
Eunomius made this argument. Eunomius said that real distinctions, or these names that are used, if they're real, if the Father and the Son, Eunomius said, are really distinct, it must mean there's composition, division, etc., separation. And the response to the Cappadocians, if you read Nyssa against Eunomius or Basil against Eunomius, is not to say that God's an absolutely simple essence with no real distinctions in him. No, it's to say that the distinction between the persons is just as real as the distinction between person and nature, and just as real as the distinction between essence and energy. Basil makes this argument constantly throughout against Eunomius, and when Roman Catholics say that, well, Basil didn't teach the essence and energy, it's just a lie. He doesn't just talk about it in letter 234. He actually has an entire book against Eunomius premised on the essence energy distinction, which, if it was only conceptual, would actually concede to Eunomius's argument that the distinction between Father and Son is only conceptual. You understand? Eunomius argues a nominalist thing. I'm not saying you're a nominalist, but he says he says that, well, I can make a distinction between Father and Son and Spirit, but it's just nominal. It's conceptual. It's not a real distinction, because Eunomius says real distinctions entail composition and division. Every Thomist will tell me the same thing, except that a Thomist turns around and says that the distinction between the persons is an exception to this, because they believe in a real distinction between the persons. So you'll allow it for your position. I'm not trying to be mean. Between Father, Son, and Spirit. And then when we as Orthodox say, yeah, there's a real, just as real a distinction. This is the very argument that Palamas makes against Barlium. There's a real distinction between essence and energy, and between nature and person in God. You guys say, oh, look at that. Parts, polytheism, composition in God. And yet you excuse your own position for real distinctions between the persons.
Right. And okay, so this actually does kind of come full circle to what you were talking to Tim about right now. It's jogging my memory.
Okay.
Because you had like a little diagram and you're asking the question of how the nature relates to the person. And I remember because I talked to Tim for, a couple hours the next day, and we were kind of, because I was like, hey, no, and Tim, I think, had told you, hey, I'd have to get back to you on this. And Tim wasn't like sold on what I said, but my response to him was that I think that the way that it's sort of navigated is that the nature of the human person is only properly contained in the first iteration of the human person because we are a material species. Okay, because we're material,
I'm not following.
We're going to be passed on. Yeah, because we're material, we're going to be passed on through generation. Right.
Sure.
So I think you'd agree with this point that an angel doesn't reproduce. An angel is going to fully contain its nature in itself.
Sure.
For every material thing, the nature is properly only going to be contained in the first one.
Mm-hmm.
After that, they're going to have the nature by participation. It's actually going to be the basis of why original sin is going to pass on to all of us. Why it's just and legitimate that Adam's sin is then passed on to all of us, because the first one is going to be the one who properly holds the nature in himself. And so where man has a real nature, so to speak, for us, it's sort of, for us living today, me and you, it's conceptual. In God, it's not. In Adam, it also is not. And that's where the unity of the Thomistic perspective.
You've lost me there. I'm totally lost on what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is that when God creates a nature, right? It's an eternal thing, and it's a real. I mean, not eternal, but it's going to be everlasting, and it's going to be a real thing. So it's not nominalism. It's going to be real. For when He creates immaterial things, so angels, right? That's going to be there with that thing, and it's going to stay with that thing for everlastingly.
Yeah, I understand. So Michael doesn't have children that he reproduces. Humans have children. I understand, and children share in the nature of their father, right?
And the argument just goes one step further back, which is when God makes any material species, then the first iteration of it is properly going to hold a nature to an extent that a nature is distinguished there, right? So we'd also say that with us with rational faculties, we're gonna be fuzzy on trying to discern or delineate species and material essences, because we can only use accidents. We would say we can only derive an accidental.
But again, I just don't understand what this has to do with triad and Cappadocians at all.
No, so the claim is, because I liked the way you frame that they say that everything is I think you said it's a conceptual difference in us. In God, it's a real difference. Am I getting that right? The conceptual difference in us.
No,
in
so
God,
Thomism.
Thomas, you were.
Hold on.
Not saying you.
Let me. Look,
yeah,
Thomism says that in the Trinity, there's a real distinction between the persons.
Right.
Okay. But there's not a real distinction between.
It's not substance.
Let me finish. There's not a real distinction between person and essence in the Trinity. It's conceptual. There's not a real distinction between God and His acts. Okay, because God is pure act.
Right.
Okay, that's Thomism.
Yep.
The Orthodox view is that there's many things that are really distinct. God is really distinct not just between Father and Son, but between person and nature. God is also really distinct between His essence and His energies, His actions, His operations. And there's many reasons why. For one, He does different things. Creating a world is different from becoming incarnate and destroying the world. So therefore, God does different things. Therefore, He's not reducible to pure act. And the theophanies, therefore, are not created effects. They're God really in time and space, which is what Thomists can't say, because they reduce God in His essence to pure act. If God is pure act and is reducible to that, then one hypostasis can't enter into a mode of being that the other two hypostases don't enter into. But that's precisely Trinitarian theology. The second hypostasis enters into a mode of being, incarnate, in time and space, walking around, that the Father and the Son don't do. And our confessional theology that you share is that the Father and the Spirit didn't die on the cross. The Son did. He underwent death, the separation of His human soul from His human body. So that means that one hypostasis is entering into a mode and doing things in time and space that the other two persons are not doing. That means that Thomistic theology reducing God to absolutely simple pure act negates the incarnation and the work of Christ if you were consistent with it. Because when I read, for example, Phaser in the Five Proofs book, when he says that we can use the Neoplatonic proof, which says, quote, God cannot be and is not in time and space because he's an absolutely simple essence. That's an argument we as Roman Catholics should use, he says. Then how would you get to the incarnation, which says that the second person enters into time and space? It's the natural theology contradicts the Trinitarian theology. That's why, and I'm not trying to go off course, I'm going to give you one example. That's why Vatican II's theology, which we just saw in the previous natural theology guy, is now saying that, well, all the religions are calling upon the same generic God. That's how we can have an Abu Dhabi faith center with the Muslims. That's what, Nostra Aetate says it's all the same God.
Yeah, I don't want to get roped into having to defend Nostra Aetate because I just...
That's fine, we can stay on the Trinity.
I can't make my way through it. But I will say, and this quick circles back, and I'd like to pick up briefly on that. I don't want to keep...
That's fine, I'm just giving an example. We can go back to the Trinity, that's fine.
But I liked your comment that what I said first about God, this is 10 minutes ago, what I said about God can't be known by natural theology, right? It would have to be known by divine revelation. And so basically it's pointless for me to kind of say it as roughly. It seems to be the point of it. Well, what I first want to say is I completely agree with that because, right, if from, and this would be Thomism, I guess I'm not saying that you would necessarily agree with that, but as everything created from God springs from his one shared essence, you can only actually reduce back by reason it to one common cause. So the inner reality of God, his divine Trinity, would be effectively sort of undeducible, unknowable for us, except by divine revelation. And then, for me, from my understanding of it, then we would proceed to now trying to understand it as best we can using the sort of tools we have at our disposal.
Can I ask you a different question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's go to the basic premise that Thomistic natural theology flows from. And, my understanding is that Aquinas explicitly says and agrees with the Aristotelian idea in terms of his epistemology and in terms of his anthropology. He says that there's nothing in the intellect that is not first in the senses. And as I understand it, this kind of lays the groundwork for, all Thomistic epistemology. Would you agree with that?
Yep. Yeah, in the human, in the rational intellect.
Okay.
Yeah, it has nothing. Right. It's in potentiality to any created essence.
Okay.
Actually, any material essence. But
so let's take that itself. Can you explain to me why I should believe that when I think that the proposition itself is a contradiction?
Okay, so I'm going to take a stab at it, and you can just shoot it down because this is my first stab at it. So I could throw something out where you're like, nah.
Well, before you do, let me say what I'm arguing. Yeah. My argument is that if we agree with Aquinas from Aristotle that there's nothing in the intellect that is not first in the senses, I'm going to argue that idea itself, right, itself is not in sense data, and therefore it's a contradiction.
Okay. So what I would say is that intellect is, and so do you know the distinction between the agent intellect and the passive or possible intellect?
I am aware, though, but do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes.
So this is called the peripatetic axiom, right?
Here's why I'm saying the agent versus possible intellect, because I think it's worthwhile noting that the angelic intellect, which is a pure intellect, only operates by having infused concepts to it.
So
they don't have.
You're missing the point. Hold on. You're putting your your metaphysical cart before the horse. So I'm making an epistemic. I'm saying that. What if I argue that you don't even know that because your first principle is the peripatetic axiom? There's nothing in the intellect that's not first in the senses. So for you to tell me about angels and all this stuff, that might be true, but that's all assuming this peripatetic axiom, which is what I'm asking about, is in question. I'm saying I don't believe the peripatetic axiom makes sense in your system. How do you justify the claim that there's nothing in the intellect that's not first in the senses if that claim itself is never in your senses?
Right. So what I would say is that it would seem to suffice that we immediately start taking in sense data at our birth. So once our senses are now operating, since we're drawing this in, it's going to be a very, very imperfect process, but we're going to be trying to draw out understandings of things.
So you're going to pull from your own personal historic experience to justify a universal claim?
To eventually get to that? No, what I'm saying is that I'm going to see it very, very dimly, right? You know, and I'm not even just...
Have you read David Hume?
No.
Okay. So I'm not trying to be rude,
briefly, but not you know, not through the whole book type of thing. Where
I'm not I'm not a Humean, but the point is that Thomism rests on first principles being the case, and maybe they are. But if your system is built on things that, like the peripatetic axiom being true, why should I, on your position, accept the peripatetic axiom when your very first principle, I believe, is a contradiction? Because if you can't demonstrate to me, I mean, I'm arguing that the proposition itself is a contradiction. There's nothing in the intellect that's not first in sense data. That means that everything that you can know must in some way be in sense data. That proposition is a universal claim, which by definition cannot be in your finite limited sense data. So how do I know to start with the peripatetic axiom?
So it's worth. I think what starts to answer it though is that while I don't have a concept in my intellect to start, my intellect is in potential to a concept. So it's.
But you understand, you can't say any of this. You can't. None of these claims are justified because you haven't justified your first principle.
I do follow it. Like I feel the knot myself as I'm saying it. I hope I'm at least communicating that to you. Like I don't think that you're pulling a quick one over me. I get it. I think my intuition is probably fighting. It could just be a dissonance where it's fighting to kind of hold on to this. But what I'm seeing it as, the distinction would be that because my intellect is in potential to knowing it, it's going to be proper to it to do it. Now,
you're just saying all this metaphysical stuff. I'm asking you a more now.
You're going to say, how do I even arrive at that?
Yeah, you're making all these metaphysical claims, and you haven't justified the epistemology yet, which is based on this first epistemic principle. So you're putting your metaphysical cart before your epistemic horse.
Effectively, I suppose, my position would have to retreat to something like the human epistemic thing is going to be insufficient on its own without the aid of divine grace, right? Without something that does sort of properly give it.
But how does that justify the peripatetic axiom?
No, I'm not. I don't know that it does right now. Right?
Okay, so it doesn't work. So that doesn't work as an argument.
No, but it might. My feeling, here's where I think I'm at, is that my feeling is that it can still work as a reality.
So now just anything that pragmatically seems to work to me as a justification?
No, I don't think I'm going there because what I'm getting at, I think what I'm getting at first is that we do know, actually, and we do know this with Adam. Thomas says that Adam with the aid of grace.
Yeah, but all of that,
his creation.
All of that is based on your first principle. So you notice, and I'm not trying to be mean, but when Thomists are asked epistemically about first principles, there's no justification. They just give me my worldview, and then I'll show you how it all works. Well, I don't grant the worldview. Explain to me on your own bases why I should accept the peripatetic axiom. Maybe it's true, but on what basis should I believe it? And you're just saying, well, because of all these other things that are based on it.
So then, if I'm intuiting this rightly, so you would say that we actually have concepts predisposed.
No, I out of hand reject classical foundationalist epistemology. That's my answer. Is that none of this is right. It's all wrong-headed is the point. And I'm not trying to shift away from Trinity, but I've noticed that in a lot of the Thomistic arguments and debates,
Yeah.
it's always going off into things that are kind of actually secondary to the totally different approaches that we have. So that's why, if you notice in the debate that I did, the debate with Trent, it was all about this, because when Trent's arguing about natural theology and God being a Unitarian God in the Old Testament and all this kind of stuff, it's like, yeah, this is really the root of the issue with the Thomist is we have a different epistemology from where we jump off, right? I jump off from a different place from you, wherein, for example, in Orthodox dogmatics, Staniloy says, we believe in natural revelation, not natural theology. Two different ideas. Why? Natural revelation is the Logos as he's manifested in creation. Okay, that's not the Thomistic view.
Yeah, yeah. So is that kind of that's your first principles of your epistemology, is that the way that we get the momentum going in our intellect is through this natural revelation versus...
That's why I believe
supernatural revelation.
That's why I believe tag and precept. So, in other words, the difference between the Bible and nature is that it's two different means or modes, mediums, that conveys the same logos. So the logos is manifested in nature, and the logos is manifested in Scripture. It's just two different mediums. But they're both triadic, and that's the thing that Maximus. Here's what Maximus says. Maximus says the natural world is an icon of the Logos and the Trinity, and no Thomist can say that. That's a way to express what I'm saying.
I would agree. Like I would.
Thomists don't believe. No, you don't.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Thomists do not believe that the natural world is a icon of the Trinity.
Right. No, I agree. I follow that. I would find myself affirming that proposition that I cannot know, or that the natural world is not an icon.
Okay, so there you go. That's and why do we say that? And why is there that difference? It goes back to this starting point of epistemology, which is different. We do not start with Aristotelian natural science, natural philosophy, natural theology as our starting point, and I'm explaining to you why and how it doesn't work as a starting point, because you want me to just grant the peripatetic axiom, and if I question the peripatetic axiom as putting the metaphysical cart before the epistemic horse, I don't hear a justification as to why.
Okay, and so then the way this is going to unfold from yours is you're going to say, okay, so we have natural revelation, and then working out from here, now we're going to get to God, and we have to speak about God in different ways with the...
It's that everybody starts with God. No, it's that God is the grounding for everything. God is the ground for my natural reasoning. God is the ground for the transcendental categories. God is the ground for all of it. And it's not a generic God, it's the Trinity.
Oh, okay. That does seem significant.
Yep. Big difference. Right. And that's why I can say I don't believe in natural theology or Nostra Aetate or the Abu Dhabi Faith Center, because it's all connected to what you're talking about.
Because you're saying that the basis is a sort of natural theology based on the Trinity.
Yeah.
As itself, and I certainly would find myself in that camp where I'm going, well, no, the natural theology reduces back to the single principle.
Yeah, there is no theologizing about God as a generic single principle. There's only theologizing about God as Father, Son, Spirit. That's it. There is no other God. There's no other referent. The word theos, the word theos in the Cappadocians is not a generic God. It is the Father. What Father? Every Father? No, Father of the Son. That's why in the Trent debate, I said, Trent, who was Abraham eating with? Who did Moses go up on the mountain to see?
Yeah.
Was it the Unitarian God of all the religions, or was it the second person of the Godhead?
No, I've always understood that as the second person of the Godhead. That what I understand as the distinction would be that Thomas says that we appropriate different missions to the different persons of the Trinity, the different the procession, spiration.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with who Abraham's eating with?
Is that it's going to be contained in the one who he's eating with is going to be the one God, but we're going to appropriate that mission to the second person of the Trinity.
Well,
I know, but I'm just trying to answer that.
Well, I mean, I would agree with you that every action of God is triadic, and so Abraham is eating with the Father through the Son. So in that sense, that's what Basil says. When Basil would say that, yeah, of course, that's a triadic action, but it's not the Father incarnate. It's not the Holy Spirit that's incarnate, or that's present in the angel of the Lord. The angel of the Lord is specifically Jesus. Jesus identifies himself as the one eating with Abraham in John 8, right? Jesus identifies himself as the one speaking to Moses. He identifies himself as this Logos character, as this angel of the Lord emissary, the angel of the covenant. That's all throughout the Old Testament. And if you watch the debates with Muslims, this is precisely how we refute the Muslim. So natural theology and the Thomistic approach is not this approach, you see.
Right, no, I agree. I agree that it's not.
Okay, so are you going to be a philosopher or are you going to be a Trinitarian Christian?
Yeah, right? Right?
Yeah, right.
No, I mean, I'm obviously, you would understand anything like this is going to take time for a person to process through.
Sure, yeah. Just watch the Trent debate. Well, just watch the Trent debate because look,
sure.
In the Trent debate, it's
a lot of Trent stuff that I'm at odds with.
Well, but I mean specifically, the Trent debate is this, right? The only difference is that we weren't debating peripatetic axiom. I don't recall that; it might have come up, but Trent was just saying, well, what about Descartes' cogito as something self-evident? So you can use cogito or use peripatetic axiom as it doesn't matter what self-evident thing you think it is. If there's not something that's self-evident, then I don't see how the whole thing doesn't come crashing down.
Okay, you'll actually like this. I think that Descartes' error, and I haven't heard someone else say this, but this is just my own reasoning, and it actually might line up with a lot of the presuppositions that you're pointing out. I say when he says, I think, therefore I am, cogito ergo sum, I think that his error is that he's saying he thinks proves his existence, and I actually think that him saying I think would actually just prove God's existence. So I think it would be something more like, I think, therefore God is. Because if anything exists, then God would have to exist. And if his thinking is a sort of realization that he exists, okay, then it means necessarily that there must be one thing that exists.
Well, actually,
in itself,
yeah, I mean, if you read through if you read through the meditations, actually in one of the earlier meditations, he actually kind of argues something along those lines.
Okay.
So he actually gives a kind of, I mean, it's not mainly about mind, but he kind of gives a type of ontological argument for why his own existence must necessitate some other, kind of being that's the necessary being. So he kind of gives a contingency necessity argument for how there had to be a God or something like that. But regardless, what when you say God, what does that mean? I don't believe that there is a generic idea of God. And let me give you, this is what we said. This is what we said earlier to the guy that was just on. And it's sorry,
I just jumped on here. So
that's fine. So the quantifier shift fallacy, right? So look, let me lay it out like this. I have one mother, you have one mother, Bob has one mother, therefore we all have the same mother because it's one mother. That's the quantifier shift fallacy. I think everybody can see why that's a problem. So natural theology, though, I think has the exact same idea where it says that Muslims believe in one God, Christians believe in one God, Hindus believe in one God, therefore we all have the same God. How is natural theology not just the quantifier shift fallacy?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say that first off, they'd have to identify God with his sort of the characteristics that are knowable by reason, which I think would be in line with what Trent would be getting at. Trent Horn would be getting at, right? So I'd be saying that if
but how do you know what the lowest common denominator attributes are? For example, when Basil argues with
it's uncreated. That's the lowest common denominator. The one being that is uncreated.
So you understand, but don't you understand? Don't you understand this is no? But see, don't you understand this is totally arbitrary? So in other words, the fundamental the fundamental attribute is that God's uncreated and not that He's personal.
Yeah. The fundamental.
Okay, so I share in common with every Hindu a belief in one God because we both believe that the absolute is uncreated. In other words, don't you say that that's arbitrary? It's No, it's arbitrary to say that the fundamental attribute is God's uncreated, not that He's personal. Why would that be the first attribute?
because I can reason from the uncreated, and this is I would say this.
You're just reasoning from the uncreated. That's the thing in question. How do we?
It's a logical distinction, though. No, but if anything is uncreated, here's the thing. So this is actually going to come.
You're
back
just,
to our
but
nature
you don't get that the whole thing, which is why I brought up the peripatetic axiom. Everything you're saying is just arbitrary assertion. Maybe it is the case, and your whole system is built on everything just being the case. Right? And the first principles are never questioned. But you're just asserting that, well, these attributes are the ones that my reasoning tells me are the ones that are absolutely essential and found. But I'm saying, yeah, but what if I'm challenging your presupposition that you're actually reasoning out correctly which ones are the necessary attributes, which is versus the ones that are not necessary in this case?
Right. So, I want to hit this epistemology one again and just say that I do think that it's significant to say that the human intellect is in potentiality of things. I know.
Don't you think that's a metaphysical claim, dude? But your metaphysics is based on your. It's a knowledge claim. I'm asking. Hold up. You're making knowledge claims, and I'm asking you about your epistemology first to make the knowledge claims, and you just keep making knowledge claims. When are you going to address the epistemic question?
I think this does, because what I'm saying is that if the epistemology actually is in potentiality, not me, not how I'm speaking.
That's what's in question. You can't just assert it. Yeah, but what if it is? Right? Okay, but how do we know that?
No. I hear you. So, but I'm saying, okay, but we can play it out if it is and if it isn't, right? Can't we?
Oh, now wait a minute. You could go that route. But there's a problem with going that route because even if we played it out and we said, well, let's say it is that way, and let's say in this other worldview it isn't that way. In the worldview where it isn't, we could use retorsion and say that it leads to a contradiction. Okay. So I'm a Kantian and I say, yeah, but that just assumes that everything that you map out in your head matches onto the external world. You don't even know that yet.
Right.
So
what I'm presupposing here, is that the whole reason I'm going to be able to do any of this is going to be because I'm in a potentiality to be able to do it, right? So yes, I get that.
Yeah. So grant me Thomism, and I'll prove you Thomism, right?
I suppose what I'm.
So grant me orthodoxy, I'll prove you orthodoxy. If you can do that, I can do that.
What I'm backing up into would be to say that if the one, that's super pragmatic. Actually, I might hold the reins on going forward with that argument.
Yeah, I mean, because it appears to work it's not going to get justification.
Does it map onto more things? So therefore, it's a better depiction of reality. But I'm not a pragmatist like that, so that's why I'm kind of like, okay, well, I guess I can't. You know what I mean? I'm seeing the
so let me point out that when this question has been raised in epistemology, the response is usually people say things like, well, could I not say that through retorsion, that if I deny my first principle, I would be led to absurdity and that I would be led to contradictions and I couldn't know things and my system wouldn't work. And the response is that may be the case, but in order to achieve justification for this first principle, you actually need to know that the conceptual logical schema that you're working out and that you're using actually maps onto the world, right? So in other words, you have to also assume a lot of things that you haven't justified or proven yet. So in other words, it doesn't actually work to say that I'm just going to choose this as my first principle, and then I'll build my system on this, the peripatetic axiom. And if I have to justify my first principle, it's just that the opposite position leads to absurdity. Even if if we grant that the other position leads to absurdity, it still doesn't justify the first position. You see, so it may be the case, but that doesn't mean that your conceptual scheme maps onto reality. Maybe it does, but how do we get to that? You see, so if you read the Russ Mannion paper, this is where he brings this up.
Yeah. So in a sense, I feel like I'm on the verge of winning the argument, meaning you're about to be able to demonstrate to me something that I don't know. You know what I mean? Like in the sense that the inverse of how we commonly think of it, the winner is the one who gains the knowledge, not the one who proves the point over the person. So I'm interested, like, could even if you don't start from the same premises, and I'm not saying I'm trying to debunk it. Like I follow the knot that we've tied here, and I think you already kind of did it, but kind of can you relay that out for me with the natural theology? How does that, again, the natural revelation means that everything that springs from God springs from the Trinity, who is a real three thing, and we can actually even know that. We can know that God is Trinitarian because there's this mode that's natural revelation versus just natural theology. Is that kind of the...
Well, it's just simply to say that a few things. That reality is theory laden. It's not self-evident or theory neutral. That doesn't relegate us to relativism because we need other ways to go about arguing for these kinds of things. So that's where transcendental argumentation comes in, where we point out that if everything is theory laden, then we would need another way to go about giving an account of reality that doesn't begin with either the peripatetic axiom or the human mind. It actually begins with divine revelation. And if divine revelation is the ground both of our conceptualizing of the natural world and of our theology, then reality becomes, as Maximus says, an icon of the Trinity. The basis...
So when you say, and so when you say that we have to start with divine revelation, you're not saying in the beginning, you're not saying, verse 1, chapter 1 of Genesis, right?
You're saying
it expands beyond that.
I'm saying all of reality, including the natural world, is a manifestation of the Logos. Because all of reality is patterned on the Logi, which are the patterns, archetypes, principles, and predeterminations of the created order. So even Aquinas calls these the divine ideas.
Yeah.
So we call them the Logi.
I would say that the purpose of creation, so I'm not trying to complete an old argument, this is just separate, right? But I would say that the purpose of creation, as I understand it, is the manifestation of God's goodness, or what they would say in kind of more classical terms, the communication of God's glory, which is his goodness. So that is that all of creation serves to manifest God's goodness. Like that's what it is doing.
Okay, but that's not relevant to, I'm not trying to be rude, but like I'm making a different point. So I would recommend, I'll send you this paper that I think makes this point by Russ Mannion, and it's about revelational epistemology. So in other words, what I'm arguing is that the justification and grounding of our epistemology as humans is actually divine revelation. I know that sounds crazy to a Thomist, but that's the argument that I made. That's what Tag is kind of bound up with. And it's not to say that there's not reasoning about the created order. Again, we're calling that natural revelation. We're just simply saying that the referent, when we reason about the created order, is not an absolutely simple essence. Yeah. It is actually the Logos, which is, again, I know that's crazy to Thomas.
It's going to be the Trinity. It's going to be the Trinity. It's going to be
ultimately it is. It may not be directly perceptible as the Trinity per se, but the point is that...
Is it perceptible in any way?
Let me finish. So,
Sorry.
When Thomas talks about the divine ideas, he thinks the divine ideas are the divine essence. We do not say that. We think the divine ideas are the divine Logi, the energetic thought forms, thought wills of the Logos. So everything that exists is not a archetype like a Platonist in the divine essence, which is what Aquinas says. That's transformed by Maximus to be Christological and triadic. And Maximus says all of the principles behind the created things are the Logi. That means they're Christological. So divine conceptualism is what this is called.
Yeah.
And is specifically made Christological by Maximus. And that's not the same thing as Aquinas saying the divine ideas are the divine essence.
Yeah, so can we interrogate then that starting point at all? Because it's like,
you're welcome to interrogate it, but I mean,
I'm saying like,
what are you going to interrogate it on?
Well, my thought would be that the strongest argument that I can gather for God's simplicity, for why he has to be simple, is that if there were any division in God, then
we don't teach. What are you talking about? We don't teach God has division. I don't know what are you talking about.
No, but I'm saying when you're saying that you have God, you have the Logos, and you have the Logi, which are these concepts of the Logos being there. Those are now separate, distinct things. Like Like my understanding of the argument for divine simplicity is that you can't have God unless there is utterly no composition.
Distinction does not entail composition or division.
Okay.
In the same way that when you say the Father and the Son are really distinct, you don't believe the Trinity is composed or made of parts.
Right, and that's where again, you have to take to me, this is how I fit in, is the Boethius proposition of a human person is an individual substance of a rational nature, which then has to actually, each of those parts, so the individual substance and the rational nature, both those have to be translated as you move up from human to angel. So now you have a subsisting form of an intellectual nature. So the subsisting form is going to map onto that individual substance. Okay, and then when you get to God, the person is actually going to be a subsisting relation of a divine intellectual nature.
Yeah, so,
right? So
I don't know why, like again, I'm not trying to be mean, but you guys think that stating Thomas's position or stating Boethius' position constitutes an argument. It doesn't constitute an argument. I mean, if I was in a religion where authority constituted argument, it would be an argument. But again, like, how does repeating what Boethius says to me constitute an argument? I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying, like, I have a very rigid standard of what constitutes like an argument for a position, and just citing Boethius is interesting. And there's areas where I would agree and disagree. But how does that constitute an argument?
What I think more than anything, what it does is it distinguishes. For me, what it does is it distinguishes where your argument of these distinctions, where you say, right, that the distinctions are not substantive, right? I think I got that now finally. That they're not substance division in that way, but they're real distinctions. For me, I would go, well, in what way are they real distinctions? And then I anticipate.
You want me to answer? So again, the answer is for about the fourth time is that it's just as real as the distinction between the persons.
Distinctions, yes, in us. So I was just
the person. No. No, between the persons in the Trinity. It's just as real. The distinction between essence and energy, or between logi and person and logi and essence, because the logi are energies. It's just as real as the distinction between Father and Son that you allow for your Trinitarian theology. So you're allowed it. And then when I talk about it, you say it's composition and division. No. So I'm going to reply to you with the Eunomian argument that when you say the Father and the Son are really distinct, you have composition and division.
Again, I understand the Father and the Son is really distinct as a subsisting relation and as unique.
Just saying subsisting relation, so it's unique. It's an exception. So it's unique and it's an exception when I say there's a distinction between essence and energy.
But it's not that it's like this random one-off exception. It's that the proper object of the immaterial faculty is the pure immaterial being, which is God, which in Him happens to be Himself. That's the basis for it being.
No, the basis is just your psychological analogy from actually natural theology. Oh man, I mean, I'm not sure. It's just it's like talking to you guys have a download of a system that runs, and anything that comes in that challenges the operating system is just ignored, and you just repeat the system. You guys are like a system, like a Spurg system. Run Thomism.exe and it just spits it out, and it never processes the actual objections. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just stating like that's after I've had this debate like probably 500 times.
Too many times.
I used to be a Thomist, so I know what you're saying, and you just state the. Why do you think, as a Thomist, and I'm trying to be rude, stating the system is an argument? Because you guys all do this, and I just don't understand it. That how does stating the system that you believe constitute an argument?
Okay. How is stating the system constitute an argument? Well, I guess I would say that an argument is putting forth propositions, and then from that, trying to then do the act of reason, which is which from what I understand.
But when I come to you and I question the whole system of Thomism, all I ever get is people spitting the system of Thomism at me. I'm questioning your system.
Right. No, and what I'm trying to get to the ground, because I'm trying to answer, not to justify what I'm saying. I'm just trying to straight up like do the exercise. Like, okay, you're asking me, how does stating propositions of a system constitute an argument?
Yeah.
And from my understanding, constituting an argument is to make propositions and then work out from those propositions,
No.
right? But you might have a different starting point. So
No. This is why, yes, this is why we have a different idea of what arguments are. I understand now. So I am not working within the framework of classical medieval premise and reply objections in the Summa. I'm talking about epistemology and justifying the claims that we make with not just any reasons, but good reasons for why we should believe those things. And that, maybe I think this is why I have a lot of disconnect with the Thomists all the time. And that's why I'm not trying to play games, but bring it down to the epistemology issue, because when I hear Thomists giving their first principles, my first thought is, why should I accept what you're calling a first principle as self-evident? Do you believe that the first principles, whatever they are, peripatetic axiom or whatever, logic, laws of excluded middle, non-contradiction, whatever, do you believe those are self-evident?
yeah, I think I'd have to, right? At least
Okay,
that's
so
my
now we're
opinion.
down to the,
Yeah.
this is it. This is the meat of the issue. Why should I believe that's, quote, self-evident in your view? Because I don't believe anything's self-evident. I think this is silly.
Right. Now you're going to say, obviously, that I'm restating the position, but from the way I grasp it is that these are so intrinsically self-evident to the intellect that they can't.
So they're self-evident because they're self-evident.
Submit to them. They can't actually not assent to them. Like the intellect is not capable of doing it. It's sort of like the intellect is bound.
So, yeah, and if you look, again, that's why I would say you should read the Mannion paper, because it's a really good response to this as an objection. Because even if I can't conceive of another position working, or I can't conceive of it being another way, that does not justify the principle. You understand why that doesn't work as a justification?
This will be the last thing. I appreciate your time and your willingness to endure, my conversation.
Now this actually helps us figure out where we're where the root is.
Yeah, and I hope maybe I contributed something that some of these other people haven't. Maybe I didn't, but I'm actually intrigued by what you said. We have totally different ideas of argumentation, and then you made the comment that you're working from a place where you don't just want the presupposition, but you actually want to make the distinction between what's a good starting point or what's not. So I'd love to kind of
I mean, what, you don't want that. You don't want.
Now I want to get to the meat of it. Like I want the goods now at this point. You know what I mean?
So
don't take me to the edge and not let me go all the way here. So what's that conception of the argument? How does that work? Right? It's not.
Yeah. So the starting point is that there's not going to be any. So the way natural theology is defined, if you look at something like Fides et Ratio, or if you look at the way William Lane Craig, so both Protestant and Roman Catholic definitions are that it's theologizing about God specifically without any reference to divine revelation. So my contention is that isn't possible in terms of worldviews and paradigms, and rather that every argument, every proposition, every first principle assumes other principles. And so therefore a better approach would be the transcendental argument and presuppositionalism.
Yeah. And then just treat me like a kid here. So then the transcendental argument being that God's sort of infinite nature is going to have to presuppose every single other infinite thing, logic, science, any sort of act or scope domain that's going to deal in the abstraction in the infinite is going to have to.
Yeah, but it's not just a matter of abstractions and immateriality. It's basically any fact, anything in the world, any possibility of knowledge whatsoever to be justified and to give a coherent account for requires the Christian worldview and the Christian metaphysic and the Christian epistemology. So that's the wild claim of this argument.
Okay, so yeah. So why does that God? So and I think you can probably answer this quickly, but so to me it'd be like, well, so why is that God not simple and united in its essence versus Trinitarian?
We believe God is simple.
Him having revealed it.
We believe God is simple. God has no parts. He's not composed. He's not determined by time. He's not. He doesn't undergo change. So we don't believe any of these ideas that this would somehow lead to God being composed. Why would we even think that what I'm saying means God's composed?
Because it seems like I actually like granting that premise that we need God for all the rest of it. But to me, I don't see why the need of God there is then, again, the Trinitarian distinctions as you're making them versus the Trinitarian distinctions I was making, where they actually do unify into a single unified thing. And the persons in it
stuff than we have down here in the lower chain of being. Sorry, I'm pulling up the video that has. Again, I think I'm not trying to be rude, but I think you're totally missing the point. Like you're not at all getting
might be. I really
what I'm saying. So if you go to the video that I linked right here, I'm going to put this video underneath this Twitter space. And the reason I'm putting the video there is because linked at the top of the video in the description, for whatever reason, it won't let me put the actual link because it's really long, is a paper. And the paper addresses this specific issue. So again, I'm not trying to deflect, but I mean, we've been talking for a long time. Yeah. So if we want to, you're welcome to come back and we can continue this discussion as long as you want. You've been very civil. You're very cool. I enjoy talking to you. If you look at the transcendental argument for God in Russ Mannion, I have linked Russ Mannion's paper. You can download it at the top of the show description. It's called The Contingency of Knowledge and Revelatory Theism. And in that paper, he addresses and makes all the arguments I'm making, including the one where he says and explains why it's not good enough to just say that. I can't conceive of another position where there would be, where this would, I can't conceive of another worldview where this doesn't work or does work, right? Like why that's not a good objection. And he brings, I'm not saying Kantianism is true, but he brings forth a Kantian type of objection, which illustrates why that doesn't get you to justification for that first principle. That's why.
Yeah, I think what I'm asking is for this final question is one step beyond. It's like it's granting what you're saying. So it's saying, okay, if we work back to if our basis is the revelation of God, and you say you're going for the best version of it, like I guess what I'm kind of getting at is like, why then is the revelation triune versus like, I don't know, 5 persons or like 10? And that might be a really
that's actually addressed. That's actually addressed by Lofton and the Cappadocians, because there's fundamental errors and contradictions that would result in a strict Unitarian God or a binitarian God. In fact, if you look at Basil makes this argument against a binitarian God because it would destroy the possibility of knowledge again. So it at a very fundamental level,
so they're not even saying it like reference to the authority of Scripture and that aspect of divine revelation. They're saying that the knowledge itself will collapse in.
Correct.
If it's Unitarian or if it's binary or whatever.
Yes. Hexameron 2 or 3, but Basil shows the logical contradiction in a binitarian God.
So this is why it would then be the Trinitarian, like is the best reason amongst those possible considerations.
Yeah, if you read Lossky's Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church in chapter 2 or 3 on the Trinity, he makes this point.
Lofton. Is this an old saint, a newer person? Is it not a saint?
No, Vladimir Lofton is one of the most well-known Orthodox theologians. He studied under Etienne Gilson.
Okay, is he still alive?
No,
and I'm not discrediting. I'm just wondering,
he's dead.
like when I go search it, when I go,
No, he's dead, but it's just probably the most famous like Orthodox theology book of probably the last century.
Okay.
It's called Mystical Theology, Theology of the Eastern Church, and you will see him presenting an argument about the triad that you hear me presenting.
Hey, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you enduring me.
Now it's a great conversation. I'm pretty worn. I've been going for 5 hours. It's 5 hours in, so I gotta call it a night. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Come back anytime. I'll follow you. We can have these conversations. I will DM you, by the way, this paper. For whatever reason, it's really hard to. I can't link long papers from YouTube.
Yeah.
It has like a long, super long YouTube link, but I'll link it to you later on. But anyway, you can get the paper in the top of the show description of that old. Anyway, thank you, man. We'll have a good night.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you too.
And to everyone else. Temple Hat Girl says for $5, I got several of my patients on chalk. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. That's great. Calix for $3. Have you read Gene Wolfe? I have not. Don't know who Gene Wolfe is. Is it theologically related? I don't know. But thank you for that.